Hello. Hello to the good people of Twitch who are hopefully here to cheer on Eric today. We're certainly going to need some support, some good energy in here as Eric embarks on yet another Magnus Tour event. We've covered some of these before. We have. So the format will actually be the exact same. So if you've seen one of these, it will be the exact same format. That means money on the line in every game. That means 3 points for a win. It also means that Eric will be competing against some of the top players in the world. And it's going to be a round robin. So first of all, rules and regulations, if you haven't seen them. 16 players. That means 15 games. It is going to be a round robin, and it's all going to happen online. So not in person. Eric did just play an in-person event, but this one takes place all on the computer. 15 minutes, 10-second increment. You are incentivized to win for not only purposes of the standings, 3 points for a win, but also the prizes. $750 for a win. Only $250 for a draw. So every win is very significant in this event. And it's even more significant because the people who are in this event are star-studded. That's the list right there. You can see we have an uphill battle. Being one of the lowest rated players in the event. These are some really serious professionals, 2700s. A stacked lineup. Magnus is playing in the event. Obviously, you've got Geary. Report switched his federation to Romania. And quite a few guys here that have played these events before. So, Eric will be playing every single one of these names over the course of 3 and 4 days. There'll be 4 days of preliminary chess. And if Eric finishes in the top 8 after these 15 games, then he'll qualify to the knockouts. This is the schedule. You can see day 1, that's today. Naroditsky, Carlsen, Duda, Mamedyarov. Eventually, he moves on day 3 and 4, plays everybody once, and after that, we evaluate, does he have a score that puts him in the top 8? All right, but some pretty exciting days. Eric gets the white pieces against Danya and Duda, black against Carlsen and Mamedyarov. Should be pretty exciting. It gets underway right now. Maybe they'll be a little bit delayed for round 1. I'm not sure. But the games should be getting underway pretty much on the hour. So 12 p.m. Eastern time. Until 4 p.m. Eastern. And that'll be every day. That'll be every day for the next 4 days. So it should be a fun one. We start game number 1 against Naroditsky. Eric will have the white pieces. So white against Danya. And then game number 2 of the whole event. You know, in case you haven't woken up yet, here's here's Grandmaster Magnus Carlsen for you. So he'll be playing Magnus next. Good morning to Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan. JT Foxy making sure that there's not even a second going by that Yasser isn't subbed. There we go. Gifted sub to Yasser Seirawan. Shatner's Bassoon, thanks for the 14 months with Prime. Fish on Fish, a tier 3 for 21 months. Dr. Sweat for 25 months. Long Night, thanks for the 14 with Prime. Zhenya Semyanko, thanks for the 22 months. More coffee needed. There you go. Always more coffee, Yasser. We're never going to complain about that. Always more coffee. So we're going to have 4 games today. Back to back to back to back. Yeah, eviscerated. Getting a gifted sub to Yasser. I'm sure there's a few people. Sure, there's a few people that were in line to do that. When did the game start? They're advertised to start pretty much right now, but it's round 1, so it might be like slightly delayed. There we go. Let me see if I can bring up our players here. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Oh, and the moves are off. There we go, right on time. Good to see Hockey and Things. Thanks for the full year. Eric's got that, like, you know, kind of god camera. I'll adjust these cams here a little bit. Eric's got the, you know, from up above camera. Shining down on him. Got the Chess Bra mug there. Yeah, product placement for the boys. Product placement for the boys. All right, and like I said, white pieces, 15 minutes, 10-second increment. You see Rui Lopez, G6. And G6 you will, like, I think there's a pretty relatively forcing line that kind of involves D4, Bishop G5, and a lot of exchanges, which I think we've seen before from Eric, and maybe in these types of tournaments as well. Thanks, KB. How are ya? For 17 months. Muck Live, brand new Prime sub. Buwak, I'm GB. Thanks for the 4 months. With Prime. Neil with 100 bits. Shizno Ninja with 36 months. A big 3-year resub. It's been a long time, Shizno. Thanks for sticking with us. Chigorian, thanks for the 8 months with Prime. And what a username. Certainly going to be a fan favorite around these parts. Prime sub for 6 months. From boobs and jeans. I think that's a concept we can all get behind. Love me some boobs. Love me some jeans. Low eviscerated twink time. Good morning. Wooly. And meanwhile, the players here banged out a few moves, right? This is, like I said, long theoretical line. Takes, right? Everybody takes. So we have a position here that I know Eric's played before. You won't be surprised to know that the eval is, you know, around equal. But certainly, certainly a position that white is definitely favored a little bit in. You know, you've got this 4 against 3, and although black has the exact same thing on the queen side, the double pawns, it just doesn't feel as menacing, right? It's not like black can forcefully create a pass pawn in an endgame. White can. White actually can do that. So you have a nice option here. H3, long castle to go more for F4, or F3, which is a little bit slower. Usually, they go for H3 because it's like, if you play F3, how are you going to expand your pawns later? You'll need to play F4. So H3 and F4 is a little bit of a nicer way to do things. Naroditsky has written the theory on the back of his hand. It's the classic chess player pose. What the hell? What the hell am I trying to remember here? We have a resub for 5 months from Amon, please ban me. Now, Amon, please ban me. I told you, and I tell you, every month that you resub, I will ban you. But I'll only ban you at 69 months. So, you gotta stick with that prime, buddy. You'll get there. I will ban you, though. Only at 69 months resubbed. Good morning, Clark Kent. The Leafs won last night. The Flames won last night. It's a good day. You know, there's also a big event happening in Toronto right now. I'm not sure if you guys know. Your good friend Hikaru Nakamura is actually in Toronto. He's in Toronto and he's hosting a meetup. Big Hickey is local. Big Hickey's local. So there's just big events happening all around. The only reason Eric couldn't make it to the Hickey meetup is because he had to play this event. Otherwise, we would obviously be there. This is correct. Gitfoil. This is correct. In case you do want to attend Hickey's meetup, there is an explicit rule that you're not allowed to wear chess bra merch. It's truly a rule. Your sensitive friend Hikaru has stated that you're not allowed to wear chess bra merch to his meetup. And that's really been posted as an actual rule. No chess bra merch at Hickey's meetup. It's some funny stuff. I mean, you got guys like Salty, like Eddie Barber. I mean, they only own chess bra merch. You're gonna have guys showing up naked in protest. Amanda, you absolutely can. You absolutely can. Yeah, pineapples are okay. We don't discriminate. You can wear pineapples to the meetup. You can wear your favorite Hickey shirts to our meetups. You know, that's all well and good. It's a safe space. Now, you might be wondering what the hell's going on in this game. Don't worry, I'm wondering the same thing. It's a slow game. All right, it's a maneuvering game. Obviously, the closer it gets to an end game, yes, like maybe the more drawish, but also the more apparent this pawn majority becomes. So black's very solid here. King b7 if necessary. You know, dark square pawns, light square bishop. You might see this bishop make it to b7, but for the moment, Daniel has just gone for a relatively simple idea, which is trades and trades galore. Now, the thing about this game is that, you know, this is a 15-minute, 10-second increment game. Eric's pretty much got 15 minutes. That's a long time. Like, I mean, normally games have lots going on in them. By the time you get down to an end game, players might have minutes on the clock. No. Here, we're pretty much in an end game of sorts with a lot of trades possible and still 15 minutes on the clock. So lots of time for Eric to ponder how he wants to try to play this position. He's just made a decision, rook e1, which keeps pieces on the board. He doesn't want to trade. He wants to support his pawns maybe and keep going up the board. So space is probably going to be the next thing on Eric's mind to try to claim. You know, moves like f4, g4, knight e5 also eyeballs the c6 square. And yes, I do think if knight e5 happens, that Eric will, or sorry, that Daniel will notice knight c6. I have a feeling. There's a lot on the line here, guys. But what I do like, and I will say this, what I do like about the position is it feels like I'm playing more for 2 results than 3, right? 2 results being a white win or a draw. Black winning this game, I mean, if Daniel's already playing moves like this, offering a trade, it definitely indicates that he's content with a draw. And there's not much more going on. As for the current position, I tell you guys, I didn't expect it to be so challenging for Daniel. I mean, he's got the hoodie up. Caveman 1967, thanks for the 44 months. Daniel's a focus bra. Eric's got a 5-minute time edge. Now, when you're in a position where you're not up a pawn, but you're sort of like you're figuratively up a pawn, just how it looks visually on the king side here, you want a time edge. Eric's got 2 knights. There's no 2 bishops for the opponent, so this line is, I mean, it's definitely very drawish, but it's also a line that I actually think Eric plays extremely well. He's very patient, and he knows how to get these pawns going. He's played this line a few times before, so I think he'll be happy to be in this position. Round 1 of a tough event like this, to sit down with the white pieces and get a position where it's not overly complicated, you're way up on time, it feels like you're playing for a win or a draw already. I think that's a nice feeling. So I believe this is the intention. We talked about bishop c8. So I think after a move like knight e5 that Dania is intending a move queen e8 to cover this. It could be something to d6, but that doesn't feel right because then, for example, like the knight could go somewhere else and pawn e5 would be threatened. So I thought that maybe he was intending something like this and then going like that. But now that I look at queen e8, perhaps queen g5 is a bit annoying, right? Check out knight d7 running into this, and check out knight there, maybe running into this one. So bad things could happen to good people in this line. Got to be real careful. Which probably explains why he played the move bishop d7. But I think that this bishop would rather be on b7 here. So the fact that Dania played bishop d7, bishop e8, yes, it covers c6 and covers f7, but I think objectively the bishop is not, it's not where it wants to be. Right, it wants to be on b7. Now, black also wants to take this knight and move it out of the way so that pawn to f6 can happen. Kick back white's knight, make some claims here. But knight d7, there's knight c6. So again, I think Naroditsky has to work just a little bit harder here to achieve what he's looking for. And if Eric wants, I mean, he can play moves like a3, b3 if he ever needs a space for his king. g4 might come out next. I think it's just one of those positions that's easy to play. And I tell you guys, Eric has played this position before. He's played it a lot, especially in these rapid events. So I'm happy to see it. I think he's comfortable, and I think being comfortable is one of the most important things in rapid. Queen f2. Anyone know what Eric might be up to here? Queen to h4 with a potentially annoying pin on the pieces there. We had a sub battle yesterday, sub battle win. A lot of people, received the ban hammer. So we are missing a few good soldiers today, but it's good to have It's good to have some reliable faces in the chat cheering on Eric here. He certainly needs it. What's a band tribunal? You can't be asking that. You can't be asking that. You gotta just know. If you know, you know. Hello, Thong Me. Queen h4 definitely still possible. The thing about g4 now, while absolutely still playable, is yes, you might have an idea to take and play g5, but I think you'd rather achieve this with the pawn on h7. Then there's just another target for white. So trading pawns probably good for black overall. I was looking at g5 here, which sometimes you have to be careful of, but I think for the moment this works out for white. So h5 played, and Eric is probably in between not only those two moves, but sometimes you want to take a moment and shore up this king. I think for now, though, that's just not necessary. Low to Mannered Monkey. That's right, Salty. We got starting the day with the old booster juice. What else? Can I ban you so you get a free drink at Hickey's meetup? Is that how it works? If you're banned in the Chess Bra chat, you get a free drink at Hick's meetup. No, Matthew, I get the energy booster, get my energy up, and some whey protein as well, buddy. Oh, it's definitely not a McDonald's shake, I'll tell you that. Java Bandit. Knight back to f3. So it appears to me like this is a good thing for black. So we must want to play this. Or at least it's the first move I'm thinking of. But after knight to d5, I mean, I don't love playing this. Maybe knight g5, knight g5. But I think e5 eventually is the structure you want to get. If you do it right now, I think there's too much pressure here. Plus, black can always trade and play this endgame, queen and rook, against queen and rook, and it's, Eric has this long-winded idea of getting a pass pawn, but it is a little bit slow. It's a very strong bishop with these pawns like this. Queen h4. Intending intending e5 or not? Yeah, I mean, e5 is a good move, it looks like. And after knight d5, so let's say black just goes here, just for calculation. So king goes here, now it's white's turn again. Are we just slithering the queen in a little bit? Because if you play e5, knight d5 happens. Is this what we want? Taking here. The moves are actually coming in fairly quickly from these guys here. We're already on move 21 after queen h4, knight g8 played straight away. So something like this, if knight e5. Yes, there might be f6 available, but I think Daniel would be also interested in something like bishop e8. The goal is to play f6, kick the knight out. I think he's still all right with that. Thanks again, Caveman, for the long time. Resub, 44 months earlier. Squid Mortem for 11 months with Prime, and Cheeky Blunders, 13 months. Well, it's already a different line now, in ball. But no, I don't think that line was doing enough there. Rook d1, and then, I mean, king c8 is one way to guard rook d7 and bishop e6. It's not that it's not that this position is no good for white. It's that it doesn't like win anything by force. There's still b5 and c4 here. I'm looking at queen g5 now. Because although it looks like we're kind of shuffling here, white's actually improving his queen slowly. Let's say I played queen g5, maybe knight g8, then I can make some other useful move. Like I'm looking at knight e5, even a3 or b3. Queen g5, knight takes c6. The only thing about knight takes c6 is king b7. If knight takes the rook with check, then the queen can actually go back and take. So Eric's played the move queen g5, which I think makes a lot of sense. But after this, knight a5 sometimes annoying. You never want to have pawns like that. Black would have to play this. And white is definitely preferred here. Knight d5, etc. I'm not sure if it's completely convincing, but looks good enough for now. Bishop b7 back. 10 minutes to 7 minutes. We're definitely maintaining our time edge here. What is the next move? That's what I want to know. What's the next move, right? Because g4 to me always looks a little bit loose, right? The knight now is undefended. I think you want to play g4 in general, but it's definitely a loose pawn to move. Something like this would be great, though. I think this is maybe ideal with knight e5 happening, because then that pawn is fixed on f7. There's no f6. Pawn is just a sitting duck, and it'll have to be defended by black's pieces. So I think something like this, if we can achieve it, is great. It's a very good structure. You got a light square bishop, so you put the pawns on dark squares and fix these guys. Knight c6, maybe knight d5, also rook h1 to h7. So bishop to b7, and Eric's in the tank. Both knight e5 and g4 look like good moves here. So the thing about knight e5 is now knight g8's not possible. We can see that. However, white's not exactly threatening anything. Maybe black plays, well, I was gonna say queen e6, but that doesn't feel right. So yeah, white's not really threatening anything from what I can see. Still looks like a nice looking move. But yeah, black might play a5, I don't know. White could play a4. As far as the queen side, I mean, there's not a ton going on there. I think it's knight e5 or g4 after bishop b7, because e5's the other consideration. Okay, the knight doesn't have to go there. It could go to g8. Let's say knight d5. If takes, now you have to take here. Bishop takes d5, and the knight is definitely placed better than it was on h4, right? Much better. Knight on h4, not so great. Knight on g5, fantastic. So now, in this position, if I played rook d1, I think it would be way better than with the knight on h4. So this is something I think needs to be met with knight g8. Now that I'm looking at it, e5. The other move is bishop takes f3 though. All these things, right? These subtle differences. When the queen was on h4, bishop takes f3 was actually no good because of pawn takes f6. And the rook was actually defended by the queen. Now, with the queen on g5, I think bishop f3 is actually a very strong move here. Because now the rook is undefended. So, some small differences. Knight e5, a6. Time's evened up, in case you haven't noticed. I'm definitely looking at pawn to g4. And although it's tempting to maybe take with the knight to use this pin, I think the move knight g8 is always good enough for black. To the point where I don't know if I would take a weak h-pawn. You guys think the plebs scared Yasser away? Do you think we should increase security measures when Yasser's around? Oh, Yasser's lurking. But the reason Yasser is lurking is because he's not sure if it's safe to pop his head out. So we'll get the we'll lock the plebs up for a little bit. We'll get the roped area. All right, guys. Everyone, yeah, we can just create some space for Yasser. Rope off the vermin here. And we'll just enjoy a little bit more room to graze and share our thoughts about the chess here. There you go. That's a little more comfortable for you, Yasser. G4. I just didn't see a way to continue without this move, so yeah, kind of waiting on this, especially because moves on the queen side I feel like don't help the cause. Yeah, Danya is really like the the Darth Kermit meme. That's a great comment. Yeah, this one. That's a good one. Boop Lord 430, thanks for the 7 months with Prime. I think we gotta go this way, guys. Knight takes here, the only reason you do this is if it's concrete. So if there's something that we really like about this concretely, then I would do it. But otherwise, it's gotta be h takes. And here, knight e5, knight h6. There's always f6. There's even rook over. I don't think you want to go near it. So h takes g4, and it's about 5.5 minutes apiece here. What do you guys think of the game so far? I know it's been a little like maneuvering, slow, but you've got this long-term imbalance of like 3 pawns against 2. It'll always be there. And I think for the moment, I've never really been concerned about Eric's game thus far. Black doesn't have a lot going on. That's the thing, right? White's sitting there pressuring Black's position. You know, Black's playing moves like King C8. It's a bit of a standstill sometimes because it's tough to make progress for either side, honestly. Right? It's like, what would your next move be? Well, all of a sudden, maybe I'm thinking about things like Queen H4, right? The thing is, your pieces look great. queen on g5, knight on e5. But Eric's just played the move knight d3. I was suggesting queen h4. The idea is that both of those moves get out of the way, because unless you're pushing these pawns, you're not doing much. Yeah, right before Eric's game today, we hotboxed the room. Definitely a bit of a different scenery than our buddy Danya there. Rook e8, defending the queen, solid. Knight d7 can now be played in the event of e5, although I still think knight d5 is great. For example, here, knight d5. I have knight b6, so you can't take there. Something like this. Always interesting because, yeah, black, does have to face this 3 against 2, but honestly is so solid here. Yasser was calling for rook e8 as well. Says, although Danya doesn't have a ton of space after rook e8, it's hard not to say that that the position is indeed solid and probably close to equal. Now pawn e5, knight d5. Let's say we get a similar line. Maybe this knight eventually jumps into the e4 square. Just make a random move here. So if knight d5, we could start by taking. Let's say rook takes. And then I'm wondering about this. The f pawn is hanging, so indeed there's not much we can do there. I think we might have to take. But I was trying to get a knight in here. Even something like takes, knight e4. These endgames are also always just equal. I think the rook endgame is the endgame where this pawn, advantage or imbalance, the majority for white means the least. You'll notice that with that knight on e5, the bishop took a step back. Back on f2, bishop's happy to go up. King b7, and maybe Danya will eventually start pushing these pawns here. Rook is undefended, which is kind of relevant. Let's say this knight was on f3, then maybe you could think of moves like knight d5 in some cases, opening up the rook there. But this guy undefended, that's not possible. f5 is a new move which can be played. f5, and if pawn takes, I don't think queen takes leads to anything good. Again, there's no pawn takes this way, so yeah, if you grab like that, then I don't know, knight d7, and it just feels like with f6 and knight e5 that black is holding this pawn exactly where it is. Bishop c6, queen h4. Tier 3s are enjoying the eval bar. The plebs are currently clamoring, cameras out behind the red ropes, trying to get a picture of Mannered Monkey. But thankfully, the roped off area provides a nice space for guys like Mannered Monkey and Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan to talk shop. Hello, Lolly. Good to have you here for day one. Keep in mind, guys, we're playing the world champion next. Current world champion, Magnus Carlsen. It's going to be Magnus with the white pieces as well, so Eric's going to have his work cut out for him. So he better sit there and he better enjoy the white pieces right now while he's got them. Hello, Map Rail. There'll be 4 games today. This being one of them. So 3 more after this. And there are 16 total players in the tournament. You play every single player. So Eric plays 15 games. 4 games today, 4 games tomorrow, 4 games on Sunday, and then 3 games for the final day on Monday. It is a lot of chess, Viceroy Star. It truly is. Okay, now that I see a rook defended, I'm just always on... I mean, if you move the knight, it will be undefended again, but I am always on the lookout for just defended pieces. It's a good feeling. Right. Now that that king is there, let's imagine that Eric played the move a3. The king on b7, I think still, like it's still okay, but I think one of the ideas was knight takes e4. Let's say something like this. Knight takes, if you start with knight takes, that is. You know, f5. You'll notice that king, the king e7 move, or sorry, king b7, it just means that knight c5 check is always available. So there are going to be tactics probably throughout this game involving defended or undefended pieces. And the move e5 or g5 needs to be played. As soon as black makes that commitment with b5, look, you know b4 is happening. You know b4 is happening. Right? So queen e6 to hit the pawn and a2 probably only matters once the pawn's on b5, because then queen e6 was probably a threat here. Right? We're hitting this pawn, we're intending b4. So some combination of these moves and the loose pawns. g5, knight d7. b4 is definitely on Danya's agenda here. Knight c4 wants to happen, and knight b6 has this air about it. Like, it definitely feels like the right move. The knight has recycled itself over to b6, and after b3, well, it would be very surprising if c4 was not the move, right? Because c4 opens up this, queen a3. c4 has to be the move. If you're black, you're also taking your 4 pawns, getting a trade in, and undoubling. That has to be good. I look at white's queen, and it's like the first piece that I want to reroute. I mean, the queen on a3, let's not, you know, not get carried away with it, because it is just a queen. But let's imagine that, I don't know, white plays queen g3. So queen a3 check, here, b4, right? This knight's being hit. And if you move it away, there's going to be c3 to follow, with queen on b2. Right, so what I'm seeing from the last couple of moves seems to be just achievements for black, unfortunately. b4 was played with some pressure here. And again, white has taken a long time to kind of get out of things here. Now b5, b4 is happening. Okay, so g5 was played. And then after rook d2, knight b6 was a strong reply, because knight c4 is quite annoying to deal with. Knight d5 is also covered. b3, c4. So Eric is gonna need a good move here, because I see queen a3 and b4 happening, and I really wonder. I think Eric has to put the knight back on d1, and I think he will do so. So queen here, b4, knight d1. And I'm already wondering about things like takes, like does the queen have to take back? I mean, isn't this pawn hanging here on e4? b4 surely is the move. Am I missing something after b4 here? Because if you move the knight somewhere else, then this has got to be too much, right? We're just getting mated, basically. So I think you have to go here. I think. And then if you go there, now black can just take on, well, to be fair, taking on e4 probably loses after queen e3. Important to note that it's hanging, but c3, then Eric might want to move this rook, like rook d4. But anytime you have like a mate held on by a knight on d1, I'm always a little suspicious. However, the interesting thing is that, yes, we're holding this together. And look, the queen is fully committed to this one idea. So unless black gets 1, 2, 3, and 4 moves in, I don't know if this is so convincing. There's knight d3, knight c5 as well. Queen b4 played, rook d4, and queen c5. Okay, so yeah, Daniel steered clear of this b4 stuff. Very committal. So if queen e3, you do put yourself in a position where rook d8 is a thing. And remember, this is basically, both players down to a minute here. This is essentially it's essentially a bullet game. But it's a bullet game where you get 10 seconds every time you make a move. That's a lot of time. Black's king is indeed totally safe. The knight, for the moment, seemingly cannot join any of the action, and I think that's very relevant here. Now, if you look at all the squares, you'll notice that they are covered. However, if the queen now joins the other side of the board, then rook h2 is going to be, that's going to be frustrating. For example, if queen here, rook h2, like if you move the knight, rook takes e2, as an example, would already be a move. Queen's hitting the knight. Trying to get Eric's pieces somehow on some better squares. Like if that knight was on f6, great. Knight to d4, queen to e3, and then maybe knight g4 into some of these squares. I'm seeing some rerouting options. Daniel, meanwhile, I think he's going to play a4. There is one idea to do something like this. Now, right now, there may follow b4, but I was even thinking of like knight takes c6. I know how brave black is with king takes c6. 52 seconds to 20 seconds, and there will be 10 seconds increment added. I'm looking at this, guys. b4, knight d3. How weird is that? Hitting the queen and the pawn. I think queen c3 could maybe be an interesting move there. He decided to take queen takes, queen e3, and a takes b3. The reason I wanted to play queen c3 was with the queen on c5, I actually wanted to play pawn to b4. And then I felt like if black is not taking on b3, no open lines, we're doing a bit better. Eric's position here is, this move, I'm looking at queen g3 straight away as the first thing. Black does have an incoming idea of pawn to c3 and pawn to b4. Queen g3 will kick this rook out because the rook just doesn't have anywhere else to go. So queen g3 is a nice move to keep in mind. If black sacks, then, yeah, I was going to say queen takes e4, but now there's not even that threat. So queen g3, yeah, and this will repel the rook. And I think he has to go all the way back. Eric's position has definitely gotten a bit better over the last couple moves. Still very tricky. Neither side wants to take, really. And, Daniel might go rook here, queen here still. It's Eric's knight that's not in the game that could potentially change the evaluation. I think you underestimate parallel pipe, the increment, the plus 10 seconds. I know it doesn't seem like a lot, but He really is. He really is significant. Wow. A couple professionals agreeing to a draw. I don't think there's many 1200s in chat that can say they would agree to a draw here. Agree to a draw here, you know? Yeah, sir, what do you make of that draw, buddy? Queen f3 was played by Eric, and likely, I want to say offered a draw because it's usually weird if Danya offers a draw while it's his turn. That wouldn't make a lot of sense. Somehow, I mean, Eric, I think, did a great job over the last couple moves. I didn't like Eric's position here. So I saw c4, and I didn't like what Eric had. Then some more moves went by, and somehow I thought Eric did a great job at navigating this. And then when you get to the final position, maybe Eric's position is like the best that it has been in a little while. I mean, e5 is not really a super threat here, but still an idea. I feel like this is scarier for white though, with stuff like that happening. But perhaps I'm not really appreciating how quickly this knight can get involved. I take these cams off for now. Because I'll bring up the new cams for the next opponent afterwards. I think the games will start on the hour. So the games should be at 12 Eastern, 1 Eastern, 2 Eastern, and 3 Eastern. So the next game should be in about 13 minutes. And I will update the title meanwhile. We can let our good friends, the plebs, out of their cage. The game is over. We can lower the red tape. Yes, Mamedyarov did beat Magnus. Hello, plebs. Nude cams, no. New cams. I said new cams. How many times do they play each player? Once. They play once. So you're not going to get white and black against the same player. But if you qualify to knockouts and you end up playing that player in a match, obviously it'll be a repeat of one of your previous opponents. So you play every single player once. Chad Thunder, thanks for 11 months with Prime. Scotch, 35 months with Prime. Scotch O. Stu Bigsma, 20 months with Prime. Werewolf with the new Prime subs. Xenobait, thanks for the brand new Prime along with Drelich. Some new Primes here. Epats, 19 months, welcome back. Thanks for the resub. Epats. That's right, Time God. We got a lot going on. Got a lot of people here. Some heavy hitters in chat. A draw to start things off. Yeah, it's interesting. You know, I'm not sure. I think if I was offered a draw, then I might take it. But if I wasn't offered a draw with either color, it would be an interesting game to play on because the knight objectively is not great. Like, it really doesn't have places to go, but it's also supporting this pawn. It means white can never take that. Knight takes c4 would just be so much worse. It is humbling, Dave, Liam. That's a great question for someone like Big Azizi, with his 3-year sub badge. Azizi, do you remember when you weren't a sub to the channel? Do you remember that feeling? Chewy Boudros, some of the long timers in here. Mattis, do you remember what it was like? I would say that some people, they just measure their existence based on being subbed or not subbed to ChessPro. It can all be measured in that unit of time. In case you're wondering, we did just finish round 1 against Naroditsky. It was a draw. Carlsen is up next. Eric gets the black pieces. I'm going to pull that game up here. Here we go. Flip the board. I think I can grab, maybe I can grab their cams here. Let me see. Yeah, I don't think their cams are up this second, but yeah, we'll be able to grab both players. Gunnar Stahl, thanks for the 16 months. Tier 3 from Gunnar. If Eric resigned on move 1, it would do wonders for your stream. You think? Do you really think? Did Eric get invited to do some chess boxing too? I think we're busy putting together some other events. Like, it's not like I think Eric and I would both do chess boxing on the same card. Like, it's just a lot going on. But I think for the right match, Eric could probably be persuaded. Yeah, we got the chief in the chat now. Solid song. Finishing my morning BJ here. I have been on the booster juice grind. It might be time for a coffee. I've had that one, Tomenheim. No, I don't like necessarily get the same one every time, but Rip Berry, man. Rip Berry, I'm telling you. Rip Berry. Magnus, and then I believe Judah. and then Mamedyarov. Can you imagine waking up 12 Eastern, you know, midday? You got Danya, Magnus, Duda, and Mamedyarov to play. I mean, that's just a tough day. That's just a tough day of chess. Tough day at the office. Go back to bed? If only it was an option. It's like it's a nightmare. You gotta wake up. Yeah, watching it is a different story. Then, yeah, you guys are living the life. When is he playing? I believe it'll start in about 5 minutes. On the hour. And that goes for all the games. So even if, even if, let's say, Eric finishes a game in like 10 minutes, I think it's not until the next hour that there's another game. So I think that's always going to be a feature. Yeah, you also have to remember, yeah, Magnus lost his last game, eh? Magnus is going to be a little angry. You won't like him when he's angry. This was the last game, right? Interesting. Oh, this was unpleasant for sure. Queen e6. Trying to like Queen g5 takes is clear, but what about Queen e6? There's definitely some moves like Knight b5, but Lawrence talking trash about chess boxing. You guys have to understand. Lawrence tweets all the time about chess boxing. He really does. Like, he's talked about the fight many times, right? He tweets it, but nobody reads Lawrence's tweets. Nobody cares. So Lawrence doesn't have a place where he can talk about the fight. So when he's working for Chess24, that's the biggest platform that he has. So of course he's talking about the fight. Of course he's talking about it. Because it's the only place people will listen. They have to listen. Because they're trying to watch the tournament. Because they're trying to watch Eric. They're trying to watch Big Mag. They have to listen. Dave, buddy, you know, you just gotta wait till December, right? Just gotta wait till December. This sweater is hella comfy. I'm not gonna lie. It is hella comfy. That's right, Pillowy. You're asking the correct way. You're asking like a guy who boxes. How's that 1-2 coming? Hey, Bashir Beer, what do you expect from me? You know? 10 out of 10 every single day? I can't meet that requirement. Meta Nick, Thank you for the 24 months. 2 years from Meta Nick and a tier 3. Thank you, Nick. Nick, buddy. Always good to have a loyal Washington Capitals customer around. For 2 years and counting. Yeah, I'll definitely get out to some Maple Leaf games. The problem is Maple Leaf games are the most expensive in the NHL. Like, it's just disturbing. You'd think that a team that, like, hasn't, you know, been past round 1 in the playoffs in, like, you know, decades on decades, you'd think that a team like that would have some of the cheapest tickets in the NHL. Nope. Nope. The opposite. Why did Magnus resign? He didn't resign here. I was just curious about that position. Oof. Really rough position. Yeah. Brutal. The games are on, which means the cams are back. I was waiting for the cams to turn on. Here we go. Here we go. Eric is... Let me get this up. Eric is up against Magnus. And we want the angelic. There we go. The coffee. Seems like they're in a different spot than last time, but we'll make it work. Magnus looks a little bored, eh? I suppose you would be, the thing is, when Magnus is tilted, he's like more dangerous, right? That's the frightening thing. There we go. And I'll flip the board. There we go. And we can swap those names out. Done and done. All right. Guess what? If I told you this position was theory, would you believe me? Okay, missed opportunity for the Jerome. Let it be known. Where's GM Hamilton? No, you guys don't understand. When I'm commentating these events, I'm just a member of the chat. I'm a member of the chat like you guys. I'm not a grandmaster. I'm not GM Hamilton. I'm just Amon. I'm just an average Joe. Just like you guys. One of the people. Not a pleb, indeed. Certainly a sub. Big sub energy. Just like you guys. So yes, we are in a theoretical position here. You know, white boots this knight out, but, you know, the move f3 can happen at any stage. bishop e3, f3. Those are the common ones. Hello to Dr. Usidik. Dr. Usidik and a resub from Bullet Mercenary. Hello to Mr. Mercenary. Indeed, Bullet Mercenary, you have fallen for one of my great streamer tricks. There are a few people that I ban, and a few people that I don't ban. When, of course, they're supposed to be banned. Now, it's happened to one poor individual before. Poor guy. He was like, oh, guess I'm not banned. Now, I make a note of everyone, but I don't actually ban everyone. And some people I don't ban, I think, okay, you know, are they going to say anything? It's a privilege for people to think you're banned and, you know, sit there observing the chat. But then when it reveals itself, aha, indeed, BM is not banned at the moment. Oh, it brings me great pain to double the ban. Bullet Mercenary. You now get to tell the story of how you resubbed and were immediately banned. You got banned for resubbing. God, Bullet Mercenary, how could you do that? How could you resub for 29 months? Bullet Mercenary, thanks for the resub. Gosh darn it. I didn't want to actually do it. He's forced my hand. He's forced my hand. Now I have to. It's like those movies where, you know, it's like a fight to the death with you know, your childhood friend, and at the end it's like I can't do it to him, you know? I can't do it to him. But my hand was forced. Or Benjamin, he might actually be impressed with his prosecution team, because Bullet Mercenary will be serving a longer sentence now. So he could actually be very impressed with his prosecution team. It could go both ways. Just a bandwagon fan, thanks for the 30-month Prime resub. And indeed, 29 months from Mr. Bullet Mercenary. I mentioned that we would see bishop e3 and f3 in some order. Yeah, bishop e3, bishop back to e6, and f3. Idea is that the knight jumps back to the e6 square, and c3 has just been played. So sometimes, you know, white goes knight d2, maybe b4, knight b3. There are a lot of plans, positional plans, that basically revolve around controlling these dark squares. So let's say castle. Knight here. Just trying to put like a few lines on the board. If you have a position like this, where knight b3 happens next, rook c1, and you just control that square, this is something I could see working out well. f4. So the knight can absolutely jump back into the e4 square. I think it will be met by knight d2. F5 and either e6 or f6 is normal plan for black. Can I make a command so you can ban yourself for bad behavior? That seems like far too much power. Too much power. That seems like I think an ability that only I need to hold. There has to be some sort of sub-dom relationship between you and I. And having the power to ban you is certainly, I think it's necessary to create the power imbalance. Edislaki, thanks for the Prime sub. Appreciate it, Ed. Be Fresh, 11 months with Prime. I'm Edgars for the 11 months Prime resub. And Aslov, thanks for the 10 months with Prime. That's right. Don't forget, Magnus and Eric played on the same team recently. Okay, so where's the knight going? B3 seems to make sense to me. Eric is down a little bit of time here. 14 minutes to 11 and a half, but nothing crazy. Knight e2. Wow. Kid. I was really expecting more queenside stuff, but the real question is, what do you do about this guy? If you take, queen takes, I guess it has to be c4 because you got 2 pawns hanging right now. There is bishop d5. But it just feels like eventually you have to play this move because queen e7 drops that pawn. Knight e2. So the other thing that I haven't really been perhaps estimating properly is that this might not actually be good for white, especially with the knight on e2. So let's just say Eric goes here, knight takes, you know, black might play bishop to, well, here specifically c4 might be a very good move for white, but if black gets to play bishop d5 to d3, c4 to follow, like that should be very good. What Magnus wants to do is eventually get these pawns rolling. f5 and f6 will cause a lot of problems for Eric's king. Light squared bishop to e4 would be nice. Yeah, I also think that's kind of why Magnus played that. So let's say Eric plays bishop f5. Yes, knight g3 is available, but let's say takes, and if you take with the bishop, then knight g3 starts to look even better. Where is Magnus? It's a good question. Where is Magnus playing from? Where do you guys think? Trying to get a closer look there. Do you think it's just like man cave energy? They said he's in Sweden. It does give me like Nordic man cave energy. Thank you. Books are nice. 100 bits. Green screen. Now that would be something. Okay, well, we know what Magnus is going to do, right? Maybe rook to the middle, but knight g3, and I think start sending it over here. So bishop c6. Okay, he did play bishop c6. Knight g3, I imagine. And then I think d4. So perhaps rook d1 first. Take control of this. Knight g3 allowing d4 doesn't feel right. Okay, Magnus is just sending it on to f5. I definitely feel like allowing d4 is not what white wants to do at all. Can I show the eval? The eval is actually on the screen. If you're a tier 3 subscriber, you'll be able to see it. Do I play d4 now? I'm definitely thinking of it. d4 takes. Now, it's just nice to open my bishop. The thing is, queen d5, knight f4 is happening, right? Knight f4 can't be anything. So d4 takes. If bishop takes, then queen d5. Rook f2. And then something like rook d8. And I don't know, you just get the feeling that without all the pressure that exists in the position, that black should be okay. After d4, bishop h6. Oh my goodness. Wow. After d4, bishop h6. An incredible, incredible move from Franzi96. Magnus didn't like it, but Franzi did. Bishop to h6. But if it works, it works. What can I tell you? Some tells me that you're not the kind of guy that makes mistakes. I'm going to go ahead and trust you. Your buddy Magnus didn't see it. So maybe a missed opportunity there for Magnus. Missed opportunity to play like Franzi with bishop h6. Now, queen d5, knight f4, to me, is clear. But if you're not doing that, then the only other way to play... I mean, maybe there's bishop d5, but I thought we were just taking it back. I guess knight takes. Much better than bishop takes. And that's all on the board. Queen d5. So if knight takes here, Queen f2. I think he saw it, guys. I think he saw it. Rook a e1 might be just a simple solution. But I mean, Eric went for this for a reason, that after queen d5, there was queen d2. And if white gets out of the pin, then he takes the pawn back. And knight takes c6, not bishop takes, but rather queen takes on e3. And that's all been played. However, I think the problem is that Magnus is trying to say, look, this knight is so damn strong. Right? Here comes b4, a4, a5 if the bishop tries to rest on the b6 square. I still think, you know, so something tells me the bishop is going to be misplaced on that square. But if we can put this bishop on the d6 square or the f6 square, I think it would be better. So I want my bishop here or here. And then I want to play like pawn to a6, rook to e8, pawn to h5. Those are like my ideas. I really do feel though, with the bishop on this square, that white has a very annoying pawn storm. Rook f e8 loses? I don't know. Rook f e8 looks like a great move to me. Looks good to me. Magnus has a lot of time here. Yeah, we got less than 5 minutes. It's just the Magnus effect. But Eric has simplified, I mean, nicely. Still, the knight is probably a bit better than the bishop, but Magnus is going to try to milk this position. I definitely am getting the feeling that the bishop on f6, eventually white like gets a rook to d7, so I don't know. I guess I'm trying to say that maybe bishop on d6. But let's say you play here. You know, these pawns go fast. These pawns go fast. You know, and the knight is covering these two squares, which is so annoying. a5, rook a6 to kick the knight. An idea, indeed. An idea, indeed. I think that Magnus is going to aim to put the rook on c1, because if Eric deals with this knight all game, it looks pretty unpleasant. So can we get there? That's the question. Rook e1. Maybe rook e1, because if rook a6, then there is always knight e7. That's the thing. The other annoying thing is there's knight e7 check. So I think after rook a6, are we now dealing with this? So that's why we played bishop c5. I can't say that I can come up with anything better than what we're seeing for Eric, because he seems to be combining all the good plans. Right? I thought that the bishop belonged on d6, and then there was a nice suggestion, I think, to play a5, and we've kind of got both of them. But it's like, man, what else are you supposed to do here? If you can get bishop d6, a4, I mean, you're happy, but rook d5, let's say bishop here. If you take like that, and then you go rook here, and rook takes a2, I think this is good. But if knight takes there, maybe this, maybe bishop d6 is fine, because you're hitting the knight. Actually, no, knight c6. What am I saying? I want to take these pawns, but I'm not seeing a way to do it. I think we have to put the bishop here, which is that feels really wrong. That feels really wrong. How does Magnus do it? I mean, he's squeezing. He's squeezing. Yeah, I'm not sure if the music was too loud. I was like really, really leaning back, so. Thanks, Bells4012. Thanks for the 7 months with Prime. I mean, look at the time, right? I mean, saying something like, oh, Eric should draw this is just like a wild comment. Like, you're looking at a position where white's up 10 minutes and has a much better minor piece and is a guy literally known for winning positions exactly like this. So great, you know, your little evaluation might be close to zero, but Eric just has more work to do than that. So I think he's evaluated that bishop b6 is no good. Like that's just a long-term dead position. It's like, what can you do, right? White plays something like a4, and I don't know. It just feels like you're being squeezed. This pawn is also super annoying. It's covering e6, so you can't even go rook here. Knight takes a5, rook f e8, not rook f b8. Eric would rather give up the pawn, have a good bishop with an active rook. I feel like he's making the right choices here. Knight c4. Tough spot. Things are defended. And when I say he's making the right choices, it's like he's making the practical decisions. I think Eric has a better chance of having an active rook, right? Playing this, he needs to play h5 here. The one thing that, can Magnus do rook e5 now? Because trading, let's say you have to take, maybe you can go rook c2, but probably not. There's 93. So rook e5 might be very forcing. Takes, bishop f6, knight back to c4. Or b4. Yeah, so I mean, it's a clear pawn now that Magnus is ahead. I think Eric needs to play moves like, you know, h5, bishop f6 desperately. We get 10 seconds per move here. Bogus Rogus, thanks for the 39 months. I think in a lot of Eric's rapid games, like I want to say his time management has actually been pretty good. Magnus is a different story. I think it's easy to get low on time against Magnus. Rook a4, there's b3 available. So good that he's even going to play it straight away. Rook f3 will always cover that pawn. Yeah, Magnus has 12 minutes, but he's also moving quick. That's the scary part. It's tough to play these Magnus positions where he's just feels like he's just squeezing and squeezing, and position's getting better and better. Hey Loafs, good luck on the tournament. You're able to catch a bit of Eric's tournament. Hopefully it gets you pumped up. I think we might start to see moves like this from Eric. After knight d5, I think bishop e5 will be played. Might even play bishop e5 now. And the question is, do you take first? Yes, the light above Eric's head is particularly placed for this specific game against Magnus. I mean, guys, I don't know what you can do down 10 minutes and a pawn against Magnus, of all people. Well, it was definitely the case, JT Fox, that Eric's d4 move was like probably, I mean, it simplified a lot, but it got to a position where not only did he spend a lot of time to get there, but Magnus had sort of played it confidently enough that he knew he was going to get an endgame. Magnus will always take his chances in an imbalanced endgame. Eric's structure was a little bit worse. The bishop's a little bit worse than the knight. That knight on c6 was just a monster. This knight here, guarding the h2 pawn. So if you check, I wonder if king h3, all of a sudden pawn takes, and if you take with a pawn, well, you lose the game. So I don't think he wants to play king h3 at all. I think this is basically a mate. So if you go here, knight e5, rook b3, knight there, hits the bishop, and threatens a mate. Yeah, h3 didn't do anything after rook there because the knight was defending the rook. And with f7 hanging, I don't think there's anything you can do here. You can definitely take this. Not sure that it helps, but point being, you have to move your rook, and guess what? No matter where you move your rook, there follows knight there. So you can go here, you can give a check even, but you'll eventually be faced with the music of rook h8 checkmate with the pawn from f5, and knight takes g5, winning a full piece. Magnus is out. He's number 1. See that? Number 1. Mr. 1. Look, we're gonna need some serious skills to hold this. I don't know, guys. This looks really tough. It's really hard to appreciate how good this knight is, but you've got pawns here and here, which means that these open files can't really be used. Right? And then on top of that, the knight's covering these 2 squares, which means these open files can't be used. So you've got black rooks that can't use anything on the queen side. Yeah, you can play rook e8, but it's only 1 open file. Like, the knight does a really good job here at restricting everything. The a7 pawn is now just a kind of a target, sitting duck. a5 felt okay. And here, rook d7 was threatened. So maybe it did need to be rook a6. I don't know, though. Bishop here never feels great to do. And yeah, if you play bishop b6, like I was saying, you can hang on in this position, but I think long term you're going to be in trouble. a4, and again, the only open file is this one, the e file. Something feels wrong. It doesn't have to be even a4, by the way. Can't tell if white wants more rooks on the board or not. Takes maybe g4 or something, maybe g3. And we also have rook d8, which could be a good way to trade rooks off the board and play that endgame. g6 to try to move the pawn. It's not bad. You always have to watch out for f6. Puts you in a little bit of a coffin there. Yeah, Eric resigned. Eric resigned here. So let me update our score for the day, which is 0.5 out of 2. The black pieces against Magnus, I think you're always going to have a tough time. That was a good game. Because I was starting to get behind the idea that Eric put forward here. D4, it was like takes, and the thing is, I think this is one of those things. I'm mainly speaking for myself because when I saw this at D4, it's like the calculation is one thing. Maybe you can calculate as well as Magnus, but it's usually the evaluation that sets the players apart. So it's like Magnus and Eric may have both calculated all this. You know, black gets the pawn back. Great. You know, if you take here, then you this. And I think it's possible that, like, maybe as black, you evaluate this a little bit closer to equal than is actually the case. And then as white, Magnus was probably evaluating this as a very, very comfortable position, up on time. You know, no easy rook moves for black, and easy to push for a win. So maybe they just calculated the same line, but Magnus kind of evaluated it as a bit better for white, and maybe Eric had it as slightly closer to equality. Sometimes that's the difference between two players. I don't know much about the theory about this line, so I can't really comment on whether or not this made sense. But d4, if you don't go d4, I mean, it's pretty clear to see what white is doing. Bishop g5, h6, pawn to f6, some checkmate ideas there. Rock Chalk Bastard Jayhawk, thanks for the 15-month resub with Twitch Prime. Wee Pizza with a gifted sub, and Pawn Masseur 30 months with Prime. Welcome back, Pawn Masseur. You just had your first brilliant move. You didn't know that was a thing. I think, unless you check all your games, I think probably every single person in here has had more brilliancies than they think they have. Because you probably don't check the game analysis or the game review for every single game you play. And you only notice those brilliancies if you actually check the game review. So. I'm sure you all have more brilliancies than you give yourself, well, not give yourself credit for, but I'm sure you're harsher on yourselves than you think. I bet that wasn't your first one. But it's the first one you saw and that you checked for, so that's cool. Does it tell you that, Edwig, in your insights? Oh yeah, sorry, I see what you just said, yeah. Chess.com insights. Where do they have that? Maybe in stats? Insights, yeah. Move quality. Yeah, I think it's here. Yes. 1,600 brilliant moves. I have my brilliant moves number is higher than the chat's rating. Now, I also like to say I've had 42,000 blunders. 42,000 blunders. This is a bad sign, no? 42,000 blunders in 30,000 games. However, in 30,000 games, we've played the best move 485,000 times. I don't really know. These numbers make me seem very good, but then these numbers make me seem very bad. Not sure which ones to listen to. Moves per piece. Wow. I wish I could see all my brilliant moves. You can't though, right? It just tells you how many you have. It'd be nice to find all the brilliancies. Similar players. You see, these are all good stats for me. I'm ahead of similar players in the good categories, and I'm behind them in the bad categories. Have I seen Trent's video? I don't know, man. Trent posts a video like every single day, and they all kind of look like the same video. So, honestly, I'm not really sure. Maybe I have. Maybe he just posted one and I missed it. I don't know, bud. A street smart kind of player. You think, huh? Street smart? This was a grindy game for Magnus, like just knight against bishop, slow maneuvering. It's just one of those games that the world champion just plays from time to time, you know? Like there was no like clear mistake, but just like a lot of outplays. It was just slow and steady. Feels bad. No. Not Amish. A great question, though. Next, Eric plays, I think it's Duda. We can check our trusty tournament schedule here. But yeah, I believe we play Duda and then Mamajarov. Duda with the white pieces, most importantly. So, white pieces against Duda, black against Mamajarov. In previous editions of these events, Eric has beaten both of those players before. So, not an impossible task by any stretch. How long till the next game? It'll be in about 15 minutes on the top of the hour. I think I'm going to take a short break, and I think I might actually go pick up a coffee because I haven't had one today. Was having the booster juice. I'm going to go get a coffee and be back in a couple minutes. We're going to have the game against Duda on the top of the hour. Magnus game was a little tough. Not going to lie. Sucks to have those games where you just don't feel like you have much of a chance. But I think our next game is... That's where we can turn things around. Duda and Mamajarov to close out the day. Mamajarov also beat Magnus, so everyone's beatable, everyone can lose. But I'll be a few minutes, guys. Stay with us, stay where you are. Love to see everyone watching. Big numbers here. I will be back in a few minutes, guys. With coffee. Hello. Flamewise. Curious Chimpanzee. Thanks for the bits. How are we doing? I'm back and I do have my coffee. Do have my coffee. Is it cold outside? Well, I didn't just go outside, but I think in general, yes. It is getting weather is getting to be the typical fall, winter, which I like. I prefer it. Hey, Boris Broski. I usually get a latte and put an extra shot of espresso in there. Haven't seen Val in a while. Well, Val's off Discord, I think, for a bit, right? But I've definitely seen Val check in chat, Mr. Valentine. Hey, Spinal Tap Chess. How you doing, brah? Good to see you. Booked, Doc Banner. We'll hold you to that. The next game starts on the hour, so it should be in just 4 minutes here. Eric will be against Duda. Let me pull up that game here. And yes, we do get the white pieces, which is crucial. The results are up here in the top right. They're also reflected in the title. 1/2 out of 2 so far. Four rounds today, 4 rounds tomorrow, 4 rounds on Sunday, and the final 3 rounds on Monday to make 15 games. A 16-player round robin. FN Sensation. Okay, Eclectic Echo. That's a name I remember a little better. 38 months. Going strong. Thank you, the FN. Rogue Rhetoric. How come this channel does not have tokens to bet? We do. We do. You might have some tokens to bet right now. Check your bank account. Those are the tokens that are utilized in this channel. The bank tokens, yes. The Benjamin tokens. Did Eric get Duda in Title Tuesday as well? Because remember, Duda and Dubov are 2 different people. I know Eric and myself beat Dubov, but I don't remember. I guess he got a game against Duda too. But I remember Eric and I both got the better of Dubov that one. I think it was last Title Tuesday, the early edition. Duda blundered maiden 1. Oh, it was Rook takes H7, right? I think I remember that game. All right, let me see if I can get these cams from the players because the game should be starting in 1 or 2 minutes here. Let's see. Duda against Eric. Wait for the guys to be back at their chairs. I'm assuming that it's just gonna start on the hour. What happened to Duda last game? He won. He beat Mamajara. That's weird. So Eric's opponents so far have been, you know, he's played Danya, and then after that, he plays Carlson, who lost to Mamajara. Now he's playing Duda, who just beat Mamajara. And then after that, he's playing Mamajara. So he's cycling through the lads today. Spetza419, thanks for the prime for 6 months. Thank you, Spetza. Good to have Dr. Lord Mayonnaise here. He's always here for, you know, serious chess events. He's a chess first kind of guy. I'm surprised that the players aren't sitting down. Maybe they've been told a different start time or something, but surprised the players aren't sitting down. And Duda's cam isn't even on right now. Where is Buddy Duda? Eric's made his move. He just sat down. It would be funny if Duda's move came in before his cam went on. You're probably not allowed to do that, so I'm waiting for it. Timmy's or Starbucks? Always Starbucks. Always Starbies. Give us the game. I mean, the movie 4 has been played. I just need to set up the cams on a different scene, and then I can show you guys the game. But yeah, there's no moves from Duda. There we go. His cam's on now. There we go. He's like, Duda's really got that lean in, by the way. All right. There they are. There they are. We still need to adjust. Yeah, Duda's really got that lean. There we go. All right. Some theory for the boys. I think we've seen this one before. Can change our title as well. There we go. Results are a little bit hidden by the camera up here, but 0.5 out of 2 in total for the day. A draw against Naroditsky with the white pieces. Loss against Magnus, and he had the black pieces for that one, and now he's got the white pieces again against Duda. Rui Lopez, Berlin. And you guys have probably seen this before. I think if... Well, I mean, let's say knight c3 here. Knight d5. They go like this. And, you know, the idea being that you like switch this knight around and end up taking a bishop. And this is like, I guess, fairly well-known theory, I would say. D4 and 88 might be slightly different though. Lou Dude, thanks for Prime Sub. Brand new one as well. Welcome, dude. Thanks, Aaron, for the brand new sub as well. Mr. Tick. Welcome, dude. And we got a lot of new subs. I'm liking it. Welcome, everybody. John Conway, thanks for the gifted sub as well. It's going to be tougher to win a game like this. It's just such an equal game, but still. I'll always like Eric's chances with the white pieces. I think his game against Danya got a little suspicious, but ultimately he held it pretty strong. 98. I think he's done. He wants to maybe attack this rook. Sometimes black gets the bishop out to b7. Dick of Ice, thanks for the 4 months with Prime. You know, a lot of the time that players spend in positions like this, myself would certainly be included, etc., is you're spending time thinking how annoyed you are at your opponent. You're like, man, like, Berlin, such an annoying opening. Man, like, the Petrov, this opening sucks. Like, there's definitely a percentage of Eric's clock that he's thinking those things. And screw this. This ain't gonna work. The London, at least, like, the London, if you face the London as black, the thing about having the black pieces is generally at the higher levels of chess, you're comfortable with the draw. So if you're playing against the London and you're black, you're thinking to yourself, oh, this guy's playing a boring game. But at the same time, boring game is fine for you, technically. And there's lots of ways to equalize against the London. The London's not an opening you try for an advantage. But if you're playing as white and the pressure's kind of on you, maybe to win or to create some chances, and you're playing against someone who's playing an equalish line as black, then you're just like, man, god damn it, I can't really take a draw here. Or I shouldn't. Like, sometimes it might happen, but you're like, I really shouldn't take a draw. If the Berlin is so drawish, why doesn't everyone play it with black? Well, first of all, you have to know an insane number of things to make it work. So everyone would play it if everyone could remember everything and learn everything. Absolutely. But not only is it a lot to learn and memorize and remember, so there's that angle, but also the fact that, you know, the Berlin isn't the most aggressive opening, and you need to have, you know, a soft opening in your repertoire, like the Berlin when you need a draw, and you need to have a sharp opening in your repertoire, like maybe the Sicilian or something when you need to play for a win, or if you're playing a low-rated player. You can't only play Berlin, right? So not only do you have to know it inside out, but you also have to have other openings ready to play. It's a lot of work. People see the Berlin come out, they're like, oh yeah, it's you know, just easy draw. But even having the confidence to play the Berlin as black, you have to know so much. Yep, product placement from Eric. Don't worry, I'm matching him. Anyone else got a chess bra mug right now? Eric has that face of like, I hate this opening. Like, yeah, it's just so frustrating. So equal. You know? Rook here, it's like great. Great. Mm-hmm. But Duda has also probably played this in theory a bunch of times as well. My instinct is to take this when this move is available, but Comrade Joe, I think you can answer that one for yourself. So you're saying, why did we not play bishop h6 before the knight got to g7? I hand you the floor, Conrad Joe. So why did we not play this before the knight got there? Why did the knight get there and we played it after? Well, if you did it first, then the knight would just go to g7, right? It would be the same thing. You're not going to change much here. Much earlier. Oh, much earlier. So maybe here. Yes. Earlier. Even earlier. Even earlier, he says. However, Comrade Joe currently has the most interesting line to analyze in the whole game. So say what you want about Conrad Joe, but not Comrade Joe, but the guy definitely knows how to pique an interest. Yep. If anyone else has some questions of the Comrade Joe sort of level, let me know. Is there a way this does not end in a draw? No. Basically, no. Ryu is here. Thanks for the brand new Prime. Monty Pesto, 34 months with Prime. Nearly 3 years. Thank you, Monty Pesto. And Spartones, 63 months. The countdown to 69 is on. Thank you so much, Spartones. I think both players might struggle to stay awake in this position. You know what I mean? Like, it's tough. Rook e8 is coming. Let's say you go knight e5. Knight e5, an aggressive move. If it gets taken, takes, threatening mate. I feel like positions like this can still be annoying. 95 played. Thank you guys. I'll be here all day. Thank you. Thank you very much. JC Digital Girl, thanks for the 3 gifted subs. Those 3 subs, JC, are going to be the difference. It's going to propel the position to an Eric dub. If knight g4, maybe we'll get to see knight g4, rook e8. Knight g4 played. I'm just saying, guys. I'm calling all the moves right now. 8 Kukulov. It's ramping up. It's exciting. I think it's at the point where, you know, you can kind of see the finish line only a couple months away. So it's definitely exciting, but I've just got so many other things that I'm doing as well. So I'd love to make it like a huge part, just like an everyday thing, but that can't quite happen. I think that might be the case for Buddy on the other side. But I'm feeling good. So if knight check, first of all, it's not going to be king there. It's going to be king h8. Rook takes e2. Now knight f5 can be played. I feel like if you don't play knight f5, then maybe white plays g4 and restricts the knight. Now that the queens are off the board, g4 is a pretty reasonable move to play. I don't think the time factors into this game almost at all. I think this game is pretty much decided on the board. Oh, it definitely does MN, but it's just that this at least doesn't bother white's pieces. This move bothers white's pieces, so at least if the knight is forced to go here, you know, then my pieces can stay where they are. So yeah, knight at f5 makes a lot of sense. You know, there is an idea maybe to go knight or rook to e8 here. Strange as it is. Bishop g5, h6. I think this kind of position is actually one that black does not want to get into. If you take this, then you take that. So if that bishop has to move, it's like a little bit annoying, right? Bishop b7. I don't know about this. And white kind of, it feels like white has a slight push there. So knight e8. Bishop b8. But then it's like, you know, if I get my rook down there, you get the rook down there, suddenly we're doing well, right? And bishop b8 just doesn't feel right. Like bishop g5 or something. So, I don't know. I was kind of thinking about knight e8 here. But I think in the end, it's kind of BS. So bishop d2 played. Certainly, I think g4 is the intention. Aaron, I think we wish that was true. Get some imbalanced, unclear positions, but looking at this one, I don't think there's much unclear about it. There's probably a little bit more life to this game than you give it credit for. For example, king g7. So knight e8. King f8. Take, bishop f4. And I think black is still a little bit uncomfortable here. Maybe rook d8 saves. But yeah, you're just hanging on because if you move the knight and white gets bishop h6, something like that. I don't know where you put the knight, but let's say here. If I get this and this, then I think I'm doing very well again. Isn't this a position only black can hope for an edge? No, I think it's probably the opposite. But obviously, if white makes a mistake and like starts playing moves like knight g4, knight e3, then yeah, absolutely, black is the one playing for stuff. But just right here, I feel like white has enough going on with like g4, knight e8 that I don't think you're concerned as white here, but I know what you mean. Pawn structure-wise, it definitely favors black with these bishops. Just that, white does have the open file, pretty aggressive knight, and an easy move coming next, g4. So probably more to think about as black here. We have half a point out of 2. A draw is not a bad result here, but then I think it makes the last game that Eric's going to play pretty important. The one thing about the event is I'll just bring up the rules. Is you have to know that Eric plays once against every player in the competition. And if you think about each day as an individual result, there's 4 games per day, 3 games on the last day. There's 15 total games, so 4, 4, 4, 3. If the top 8 players qualify to the next stage, that does mean that Eric has to start playing and scoring 2 out of 4 on each day or more. Right? And these are the players. So you got to score 2 out of 4 or more, or else you're not making top 8. Even 2 out of 4 or like 50% every day is probably not good enough. It'll be close, but maybe that isn't even good enough. Well, Northrop, just, look at the bigger picture for a second. Let's say someone's tuning into the stream and the stream title is Eric, 1 out of 6, the Aimchess Rapid. And then there's like 4 games. Like, people are just gonna be like, sorry, what? No, they've played 2 games. Eric's drawn one of them. And then you guys can perform the mathematical exercise. To find out how many points he has. Game's still going. Indeed, they actually played the line we just looked at, and I was saying, yeah, rook d8 holds it together. If the knight moved, he was in trouble, but I think at this point, there's not much going on. Personally, I always find that the knight tends to outplay the bishop here. That's just my experience, but I know that's not actually the case. Bishop should do very well here. But I feel like if I'm going to be playing this position, it's like, okay, bishop takes knight, let me just make the draw. I'm no good at outplaying, you know, a 27-30 with a bishop here. You are correct though, FK Eric has kind of had Duda's number a little bit in these tournaments. Zaphos, thanks for the 9 months with Prime. He's definitely beaten him a good amount of times. Boop Lord, I'm going to go out on a limb and say no. I'm going to go with no. I think Eric wants to, you know, moves like this, maybe king to g3, e3, a4. Like, if you're thinking about the pawns, we want to restrict this knight. So pawns on light squares are going to do that the best, because then the bishop can control the dark squares. So it works really well. Let's imagine that, you know, Eric played his pawns to different squares. Right? You'll notice all these pawns on dark squares, they're the same squares the bishop wants to use. So now the knight has all these squares to jump around to, and black's pawns on light squares work really well with the knight, and the bishop is just kind of useless. So when you have one bishop, especially like a bishop against knight position, if you have a dark squared bishop, you generally want to put your pawns on light squares. So b3, a4, you see how you're kind of covering these potential squares the knight would want to go to. Maybe eventually down the line we can try for c4, but let's say, you know, in this position, right, I'm looking at this and I'm saying, no, this is crazy for white. You can't do this because now I get that square. There's no pawns that can guard it. Now, the other way around is the way Eric played it in the game. And you might say to yourself, okay, well, to be honest with you, now isn't Duda going to bring the knight here and play pawn there, and then no pawns can attack that square? Well, the reason why it's better to do it on light squares is that your bishop still covers that square. So you've got a situation where your bishop can take care of the squares that your pawns do not, and that's how you can just control every color square, basically. a5 is probably not a terrible move here either. You'd consider it. But this plan, I think, is for later. Black's knight gets to e6 pretty nicely. Should say GM Amon in the middle. No, as I said, guys, I'm just a member of the chat here for this one. We'll leave it to the heavy hitters. I'm but a humble messenger for the chat. So if we look at the paths that this knight has to the c4 square, pretty minuscule. Like knight e8, knight d6, knight c4 is one, but as soon as it gets to d6, it could be captured. And that's why the bishop is staying on this diagonal, I believe. Eric's time, 5 minutes. Probably going to start to matter in this game, but I think the pawns are so well placed on the king side, it's hard to imagine white getting in trouble. Now, if you play h4, and I'll just put that on the board here. You see how black's like going pawns all on light squares? If you take, this starts to become a disaster. Black's knight goes to f5, pressure on this pawn, and you can never attack this guy for the rest of the game. So, gotta be real careful about how you place your pawns there. Amon, thoughts on push versus pull doors? Wow. A very serious discussion. I think, in general, you should mess with your clients and your customers by having the pull door be the way to leave the store. It's important. When you're leaving a facility, you like to push the door and just get the hell out of there. So I think there's a business model where you can be a place that people generally find very unpleasant, maybe like a DMV or something, and make sure to have it be a push door to enter, but a pull door to leave. And just those poor people who absolutely hate their experience there are in such a rush to leave, and they have to pull the door on exit. Damn. Those are my only thoughts on push and pull. For the weakest and worst customer experience possible. Do I hold the door for others? A great question. Yes, always. Yes, always. By the way, after takes, rook b2. I guess we're going to see this. b6, a5. Eric's really, I have to say, Eric's really pushing for something here. Like, the other thing is you can go rook b5, right? So a5 is one option, but this is quite another. And there's some energy here with a6 coming and rook d7, d5. So I think that's why knight d8 was chosen, so that he could actually watch the pawn. Now, white's king here needs to migrate to d3. I think that needs to happen stat. Whenever I look at positions like this, visually, I'm always satisfied with black's position. Just because the knight, I don't know, rook can just swing in, followed by b6, knight c6. Like, for example, let's say we guard this pawn by playing rook here. Okay, black plays rook here. Let's say we guard this pawn by playing rook here. Okay, black plays knight here. And it's like, feels like black's pieces are just way too happy. But still, white can bring this king into d3 slowly. Maybe eventually over to b3. And it's not as bad as it looks. Isn't bishop e8 losing a tempo? I don't think so. a6. Now, taking is a threat, so sure, if you go rook b3, rook c4, then you will run into basically the exact same thing. However, you don't have to go defend that, right? Let's say I play king f2 here. There's sometimes ways to make this work, right? Now the knight's attacked, that pawn's attacked as well. So I think we might see something like this. Yeah, rook b3 has been played, and if rook c4, I think maybe it's time to bring the king in. I suspect we'll see this. Now, here's my other thing, is that, you know, I'm kind of wondering, what's the end goal here? Can white actually win this position? Because if the end goal is just a more complicated draw, I don't think Duda has had to work too hard this game defensively. And, like, you know, maybe there's even ways that black can end up a bit better as well. Yeah, I mean, I strongly feel that if you go here, see, the other thing that can happen is, like, you can go here and then, like, chase the knight. But then the problem is when you move your bishop again, black can always play b5. So I think your two options are rook here and slowly, or, I mean, yeah, be prepared to give up this pawn for this pawn, probably. That's probably going to happen. a5 played, and with the pressure on this pawn, that knight's basically stuck there. And if rook there, we will see bishop to c7. So as black, I'm trying to think here. It seems like king e6 would be my first instinct. After king e6, if rook b6 check, then rook c6 should be just fine. Let's say white brings the king as well. Again, you can go king d7. But white's king getting here will free up the rook. And then you can go rook b1, and maybe you can start then h4, h5. King e7, okay, same idea. I mean, I'm thinking that this is what Eric wants to do. You can go bishop a7. There's no knight c6, but, you know, if something like this happens, like that. You can also put the bishop on c5 here, but I was really thinking that the king would make it over. King e7, bishop to g3. GM draw with rook check and back. The thing is, I'm not sure Eric's interested in that. Rook c6. I think we'll just see rook back. I'm sure the evaluation's quite close to equal. Eric's tickling the pickle, as we say. Trying to see what the guy's up to. Just checking the oil. Joel York, thanks for the 11 months of Prime. The Kober Prime for 7 months. And Eviscerated, thanks for the gifted sub. King c8. Now that that pawn's defended, guys, we finally see, you know, this rook can now move, and then the knight can get involved. Now it can finally happen. King needs to get here. Both sides basically are executing the exact same plan. The king needed to make it here to defend that. It's the only piece that could, so the knight can finally just make other legal moves. The king as well needs to get here to guard that pawn, so the rook can finally do something. Yeah. We'll see this move immediately because black's simply threatening to just go win things. This not only stops rook a4, but after knight c6, black doesn't have any threats, right? So let's imagine black plays this. Looks great. White plays king e3, and then what? Right? Knight a7, I'm imagining. Probably has to be played. This looks like the best chance. Knight a7. And if bishop here, knight b5. I'm trying to get knight b5 and rook a4, and I'm kind of wondering why he didn't go knight c6 for this. Maybe king d7 because he didn't like this. But I don't really think this is a big deal. It does hold things though. It holds things, and as soon as that king gets there, that rook is free. So actually, I kind of get it. We have a lot of moves. Let's keep up with the game. King d7. Now the king came in, and by the way, king d7, as I said, I think he was trying to stop that. Five minutes to 2.5. Eric is really pushing here, like I gotta say. I know it doesn't look like much, and by the way, when I say Eric's pushing, I don't even necessarily mean that like Eric's crushing here or he's the only one that can win. I just mean I think all the opportunities to completely neutralize the game have been declined by Eric, so he's definitely indicating that he'd like to play the game on. It might end up in a draw, but he's indicated that he wants to play, and he's done so in a position where I constantly feel like it's tough. Right, knight there has just been played, so let's say rook b4, because that, I mean, ties the knight down, makes sense. If rook b4, I mean, it's almost like you got to play back. But, even a move like c4 at this point, I don't think you love that endgame for black. So I must be missing something with rook b4, because it looks very logical. If rook c7 or king c7, there's bishop here. Like, yeah, he might go back, but I feel like you're not upset there. Wow, the king is going all the way back over here. So was it something to do with this? I don't know. That was really weird. I mean, I'm really trying to think right now. I don't have a great explanation, but is it that the pawn on a5 is just dead? So king c8, and that knight c4 and rook there. Knight c4 hits the pawn, and then it's like, how do you defend that pawn? You have to play rook there, and then knight b2 forks. So I think it's just a long-term thing that there's no saving that pawn. But there's so many moves happening that I want to keep up with the game here. To my eyes, the progress that Duda has made is substantial. Just in terms of all the pieces here. Endgames are very sweaty. But the thing is, the knight is now on the best square, and if this move ever happens, there's just an outside pass pawn for black. And I mean, what I said pretty much at the start of the endgame was like, me personally, I know I would lose this endgame, playing the way that Eric did, because I mean, straight up, like, the way the pawns are, and then like the knight has so many squares, I can never play these positions well. So I know I wouldn't have a chance. I always prefer the knight to the bishop. But this is now a situation where there's no c4 check, no tricks here. To be honest, you might even be able to do that. If king c6 though, I think it's safer with knight c4. Eric's position looks really rough. But this is the thing, like right at the beginning, it's like I don't know, how interesting is this, right? Eric could take this knight, trade rooks, trade literally everything, and just have a draw. So, like I said, I think Eric was making a very, very deliberate approach to try to win this game. Like, b4 and b5 is very... It stands out to me as, like, he wanted to create this imbalance, but at the same time, careful what you wish for, because the resulting position is going to be just tough. Yeah, c4 check, knight takes, guys. That's right. The knight can grab that pawn. Catch 64, thanks for the 21 months with Prime. Yeah, I always say chess does not reward you for like playing fun positions. It really doesn't. Eric's gonna go ahead and resign, but I think he's also just completely unhappy with the game. Feels bad, man. This is what happens when players play solid, boring, whatever you want to call it. Play chess optimally, basically. Is that if you try to play for a win, you can only do so much. You can only do so much, right? It's just depressing to try to get more than a half point here. Like, objectively, yeah, Eric should be taking a draw at many points here. Maybe bishop takes knight, right? It's completely dead. But then it's like, you know, why did I show up today? To do this or to actually try to play? So then you feel like, you know, you actually want to try to play. And as soon as you do that, you've already made the wrong decision. You've already made the wrong decision. Respect the energy, but damn, it's depressing, I gotta say. Because Bishop D, like we all know, the draws have been available for many moves. Magnus is playing Kamer. Magnus is winning as well. D3 line. Do you mean at the very beginning Spinal Tap to not even allow take c4, take c5, this stuff? Magnus should be very comfortably winning this, by the way. I don't see... Yeah, I don't even see a way to play on, honestly. You almost want to try this, but it's just not in time. I think king g6 here is objectively more accurate than taking. And after king here, I mean, you can almost take, not quite, but I think you're looking at stuff like that soon. King e5, alpha. Probably check. I think the thing is that you just need to put this pawn on g6 in a lot of lines. Once the pawn's on g6, then rook here, king g5, rook g4 will win. I think that's the one I mentioned, right? Sleazy, rook takes d4, and it doesn't work because white just defends. I was thinking the same thing, but yeah, that's a little too optimistic that quickly. Dylan is free. Thanks for the 40 months with Twitch Prime. Carter, too tired, too taco. Appreciate the tier 3, buddy. G6 is not mate, by the way. However, if bishop G5, is it takes? It's not quite. I want to do almost like a takes thing. Like, I think you can make it work as long as you time the moves. It's close though. Rook G2. Let's say bishop here. And you guys know what's going to happen. So the bishop has to move, right? And then Magnus is going to go rook here, threaten mate. And then you're going to have to go here. And then Magnus is going to go rook here. And you're going to have to go here. No. That's disgusting. That's really disgusting. Oh man. You know, the thing is when you're at the highest level like this, the thing is Kamer also probably saw this. Magnus and his opponent probably saw it, so his opponent's like, okay, GG. This is why, you know, they say chess is a beautiful game. It's a beautiful game when it's played by you guys in the chat. But the problem is you guys in the chat wouldn't be capable of finding this. So you need that perfect example. The perfect example is like a sub Sunday. You need Magnus versus an 1100 for true chess beauty. That's where you see it. Two 2800s playing each other, 2700s. You're not seeing it because they both see it. Two 1100s, you're not seeing this because neither of them see it. You need a 2800 and an 1100 for real chess beauty. Because then the 1100 is like, and then the 2800 is like, oh, ready to style on you, buddy. That's what chess is lacking. We need more tournaments with 2800s and 1100s. We need more mismatches in chess. Because there's no way this will appear on the board between two weak players or two strong players. And it's a shame because it's gorgeous. It's beautiful. Mega King, I'm just going to go ahead and hand over heart. I believe you, my guy. I believe you. Saving those moves for later. But that would have been cool to see on the board, that's for sure. Yeah, it's really a fine line, right? A very weak player wouldn't even realize that's mate, and so they just play this. Yeah, it's tough to get the beauty on the board. That's pretty dirty. That is pretty dirty. The next round, unfortunately, we've suffered a few tough L's. Like, look, black pieces against Magnus Carlsen. You're not going into that game and losing it and saying, you know, oh, that was completely unexpected. Now, you certainly don't expect to lose. You know, Eric's a guy that's always given Magnus a tough game, but I feel like has always come up a little short. But he's given Magnus some tough games. He's beaten Magnus. I think it's not like he's not playing well against him, but sometimes Magnus will just get his game against you, you know? No matter how well you play. And he kind of did that today. He was up on time. He just got that grindy knight against bishop position. Unfortunate. But then that means that, you know, it was like kind of a depressing game to play against Magnus. No chances to win. Barely draw. It never materialized. And then he goes with the white pieces against Duda, and he's got to draw on the board for like 30 moves. But he really wanted to win it, I could tell. So in the last round, he's got Mamajarov, and he's definitely got to play for a win. But again, in chess, if you play that risky, play for a win, loose, take chances style, you're not often rewarded. So really, Eric should have drawn 2 games and just lost to Magnus by this point, but we're in a little bit of a hole and definitely in need of a win to close out the day. You wish they would play out the games. But here's the thing. If you made a rule in chess that you had to play out till mate and you couldn't resign, and you're like, oh yeah, this would actually help the beauty of the game, the issue is that you're gonna have people like me that ruin it for everybody. Because I'm gonna promote to 8 bishops. And we're playing 700 moves, buddy. Like, you know, that's not, I'm sorry, but you can't do that. I will make FIDE, single-handedly, I will make them regret that decision. So you can't make that a rule. You have to let people resign. Now, maybe I'm ruining it for everyone, but I can say I would absolutely take advantage of that. The next game starts in about 3-4 minutes on the hour here. Let me find the cams here. There we go. This will be the last game for today. And then we got 4 more games tomorrow. You can look ahead with the tournament schedule here and see who Eric's playing tomorrow. There's 4 days of prelims. Day 2, wake up, Giri with the white pieces, Kamer with the white pieces, then the black pieces against Mittal, and the white pieces against Report. So, not to say that tomorrow is an easy day, but 3 white pieces. You have black against the only player that you're higher rated than, basically, in the tournament. And, you know, it's not a day where you're waking up and playing the big chief himself, Magnus Carlsen. So, there's always that. But yeah, Eric's got Giri first thing tomorrow. Tough. Quantum Eraser, thanks for the 7 months with Prime. Hey, if you guys haven't seen, by the way, we have another YouTube video out. People always, I mean, they've had some nice feedback about our vlogs. And we have another Meet the Chess Bras episode. It's released on YouTube. You should check it out. Behind the scenes vlog style. There's going to be a lot more vlogs. Like, it's something we're very regularly doing right now. There's going to be some boxing stuff coming out really soon. But a lot of behind the scenes because we had a lot of guests over recently. People you recognize. I think these style things have been fun to make, and they've been getting more attention lately, which is exciting. All right, so check out that vid. I'll link it to you guys. It's on our YouTube. Here we go. Eric's back. Mamajarov has the white pieces, so the game's definitely not going to start till he sits down. And there he is. Let me, oh, this is a great camera angle of the lad. Is this going to be where he sits to play the game? Let's wait and see. Oh. Okay. There we go. Big Mammoth. Well, this will be an interesting one. I tell you, if there's one guy that really doesn't have low T games, it's definitely Mamadyarov. So if you guys were put to sleep by the last game, wake up for this one because Eric's playing an Imzo, Queen C2. There's been some recent developments in this line. We saw even some novelties by Ali Reza against Naka. NHL bets I like for tonight. Not sure who's playing. Oh yeah, Rangers against Jets. I just like the Rangers. I'm big on the Rangers this year. So I like the Rangers. I assume the Blue Jackets will have some odds, so I like the Blue Jackets to steal a game against the Lightning. Hurricanes and Sharks. I mean, it's hard to cheer for the Sharks. Probably Rangers, Jackets, Canes, and Montreal seems like a fun young team this year. But Red Wings at home should be a little too dangerous. So probably Wings, Jackets, Canes, Rangers. But Montreal's dangerous. I feel like they can steal games. If you guys don't know this line, it's a very old one. So we might get some stuff like this, some old theory. I'm not sure if there are other ways to play against this line, like with d6 or maybe some slower ways, but definitely d5 is like the principled kind of approach here. But I'm also doing NHL fantasy, so I have a ton of Ranger players in my fantasy pool. So I'm definitely big on the Rangers for that reason as well. But I thought the Rangers were going to do well, which is why I picked a bunch of Ranger players in the first place. Yeah, Eric played d6. I feel like I've seen Eric play d6 before, which is why I mentioned it. d5 is kind of the old school theory, but Mamajarov definitely knows this inside and out. Walking Lead, thanks for the 2-month 3-sub. CWSC Sam, appreciate the 2 months as well. Got a couple back-to-back 2-monthers. All right, E5. I mean, this looks very like knight F3, knight C6, and then I feel like if white just defends things like that, I start to wonder what black's plan is. Does it involve F6? This bishop D3 looks annoying. Usually, you know, the general understanding, I have to flip this for a sec, but there's a line that white can play here which is knight f3. And then if black plays b6, like kind of careless, white already gets a big advantage with e4. And if d6, like basically you can't stop e5. So if you go d6, then just like this, and then white's going queen e4, bishop d3, and it's already a really crushing kind of opening for white. So knight f3, it looks like it doesn't do much, but if you don't respond with like d5 or c5, then knight f3 plus e4, e5, all of a sudden white's just winning. So Eric played d6, knight d7, knight c6. I suppose bishop f4 is what Mamedyarov is contemplating, and I kind of expect that Eric's going with f6. Like, is that the plan? Trying to open up that f file. Very quick attack. American Wade, 7 gifted subs. Does that put us exactly where I think it puts us? American Wade, thank you very much. We're at 69 subs for the day. Nice. Thank you, American Wade. We know a few American Wades. Good guys, all of them. Tim in Philly, 34-month Prime resub. Thank you, Tim. Appreciate it, Wade. But yeah, pressure on this pawn right now. Bishop f, like it's hard not to play bishop f4, right? Queen e4 is the only other move that comes to mind. a3. Okay, well, I'm thinking it's a takes an f6 thing. You can't grab, like, there's no bishop a5, right? That just looks silly. Maybe there's bishop c5, but something feels wrong about this move. Skeg, hello, buddy. Good to have you here. We were just speaking about how Eric is playing from literally the sauna, and Skeg is one of the resident towel droppers. Figured that we might be able to get your perspective on Eric's play today, your thoughts, you know, how you think maybe playing from the sauna is impacting his games. You know, the pieces might be a little slippery. Mamedyarov up 2.5. No, it's not a match, as in like a 4-game match against each player. It's just a single game. So Eric has played against Carlsen today. He's played against Duda, Naroditsky. This is the 4th game of today, the final game for today. And it's just a one game. Actually, Mattis, I believe that did happen, but like they didn't turn out well, or it was just like extremely like strange stuff. So yeah, it's terrible. Do you have them? Okay. Yes. Meltwater for the boys. Naroditsky and Eric drew. Eric lost to Magnus, and then, quite honestly, Eric did not need to lose his game against Duda. If you were here, he basically turned down like a draw on every move. He really wanted to play it on, and unfortunately it backfired in the end. He did play bishop c5. Something felt odd about this, but I haven't played this system with d6 too much. So basically b4, I think knight d4 wants to happen. And this feels like black is getting somewhere. You got c5 coming, you know, f4 almost has to be played, and then f6 is going to really pry things open. So we got some guys reporting in. Wait, Trent's calling me out? That son of a gun! What did he say about me? We're gonna have to... Oh boy, I wish I could punch that guy. We'll have to set up some sort of boxing. We'll have to settle this with some sort of boxing match. Maybe we can get a match set up to settle this. Bishop c5, bishop f4. f6. f6 is the main thing that comes to mind. Of course, a5 can be considered, but I'm looking at this bishop, and I'm looking at how quickly white can develop, you know, small initiative here. You know, f6 to me is probably the only way to play. And I think Eric's made the right call. Remains to be seen whether this, you know, actually amounts to something. But I think it's definitely the right call. Because if you don't play f6, I don't see what you have going for you. This knight can't go anywhere in the position. Right? A rook's about to appear on d1, bishop d3 with tempo, castle. White's getting everything they want. So for better or for worse, I think f6 had to be played. And I do have Mamajarov's cam. I think maybe I can move his name or something. Put it at the top. You can appreciate the lads. Now, if I put Eric's name right up here, right there, right in the middle. Put it right in the middle. It's impossible to see. We got to bring it down here at least. But Mamajarov is, he's not fully on cam, so we put his name up there. You don't think you've ever seen Shaq with a beard? Really? I feel like he often has a beard. Pretty common, no? I thought you were going to say the opposite. I haven't seen him without. Because then, you know, we could make the comment that, you know, it might be more like a James Harden situation. See that boy James Harden without a beard. I mean, James Harden might have like an Omid Malik skeleton underneath the beard. I'm not sure you want to find out. F6, Mamajarov having a think. Guys, this is going to be an exciting game no matter what because F-file's opening. Queenside, tough to develop. I mean, queen takes on F6. you're looking at 94. Definitely the bishop needs to be saved. So queen takes, there'll be bishop to g3. And if you look at, you know, the resulting position, white's just going to go bishop e2 castle. And I guess you're kind of wondering what ideas you have here. You know, gain tempo there and then get castled. Once white's castled, then you're kind of just left with this annoying pawn. So knight takes. And now if rook d1, queen e8, or queen e7. My instinct is like, I guess e7. Problem is if queen e8, I don't know how much I like knight b5. So let's say rook d1, queen e7, I mean, e5, e4. Some ideas here, but it'll definitely be double-edged. The other idea that Eric has is to play e5 next. So just to sack a pawn. For example, if bishop e2, okay, obviously not a great move, e5, right? You guys can hopefully see that there are some issues on this square. But obviously that's not going to happen. Bishop d3, targeting the h7 pawn. I'll tell you guys, my instinct is to play e5. Like, oh, I wish this could work. Now, white maybe can just go bishop g3, but I'm also looking at takes. And like nobody would capture this, right? Like there's stuff happening, I feel like, all over the place here. Surely that's impossible. So yeah, Eric played e5. Let's say bishop to g3. Now I'm wondering what the next thing is for Mamadrov. Because after bishop to g3, okay, we have some knight d4 as well. Can get in there. e4 I would definitely stop and consider, but I don't see anything here. It's protected and white's one move away from castling, most notably king side. But what about knight d4? Then if bishop takes, again, queen takes or something, white's a move away from castling and playing rook d1. So bishop g5 played. I almost get the feeling that like bishop f2 is like, it's an idea, you know? Bishop f2, there's like knight d4 to consider afterwards. I mean, here, bishop f2, if the queen takes, there's queen d3. If king takes, like if the knight wasn't there, queen takes g5 would be good. So I'm looking at like knight d4, right? Hitting these guys, and then if knight takes, knight g4, queen takes d4. I don't know. It probably doesn't work, but I would waste a lot of time calculating it, that's for sure. Okay, queen takes f6. Now knight e4, very, very clearly a tempting move, a notable move. Knight d5 as well. Eric's queen needs to find some safety. So let's say knight d5. Queen has limited squares here. Queen e6, knight c7. So queen f7. And then bishop, you know, can go anywhere here. Maybe check first, I don't know. And knight h4, there's always bishop f2. Otherwise, that might be a problem. Let's say bishop g6. Queen, again, low on squares. Only one, from what I can see. Unless you can throw this in somehow, but not. Yeah, he's played knight to e4, forcing the move queen e7. If you take and let's say castle, I'm definitely, I mean, I don't know if I'm doing it, but I'm definitely considering rook takes f3. Hitting the queen. And then like bishop h3 next. Maybe it's smarter to do bishop h3 first. But I'm definitely looking at this. Rook takes f3 is like a strong move. Strong. Keep in mind this sacrifice here, guys. That might be tide turning. Rook takes f3 and knight d4. And remember that I'm not doing that sacrifice to like try to win the rook back or anything. No, that's not why I'm doing it. The point of doing it is just to weaken the king and play with your knight against the rook, not to try to win the rook back. So I'm just saying I see some energy here with rook takes f3. So Mamedyarov might be a little hesitant to kingside castle. It's not so obvious. Okay, let's say, for argument's sake, he castles the other way. Now, if you haven't captured this, then maybe we could even try to play bishop d4 here. Or like, sorry, knight d4 and keep the bishop. c6, for example. But let's say takes, and then long castle. What about this? Takes. I don't think he's castling that way. If long castle, then perhaps knight d4 to start. Maybe is better. I'm not sure though. This is a bit dicey. Eric's got a lot of extra time here as well. I feel like I want him to castle this way, right? Like that just feels right for black. But long castle is kind of a little bit more of a tempered move. Bishop e4. The real question is, do you check first? So let's say you check and go bishop e4. Then, if knight d4 takes, probably pawn takes. White can castle. You know, like this, I don't think there's too much going on here. But that's for him to calculate. You know when a position looks complicated and you're like, damn, I don't know what the hell's going on. Glad it's your turn, bud. Go ahead. You calculate that out for me and let me know. Let me know what you find. I'll join in after. Well, you know what I'm at least considering here. I'm not saying it's good. I'm just saying, yeah, it's the first move that comes to my mind. Would you guys take the knight? Real talk, though. Real talk. Not like, oh, I would take the knight because it looks good, haha. You know, you're in a real tournament game. Would you take the knight? So I think if you don't take it now, you might miss your chance. Not that it's like, oh, it's so good for black. I just mean, I don't think that's going to be available for too long because of bishop e4. Or even knight h4. Bishop g4 looks like a reasonable move too. But let's look at it. So takes. Okay, I'm not sure whether starting with the knight or the bishop is better. Let's start with this bishop move. Like, if you let me just take here, then for sure you're doing well, right? So you gotta keep the rook. Now, the first thing to check is something obvious, like, oh, what if I just come over here and try to mate you? There is queen g6, although queen g6, I don't love that bishop. And there is knight d4 as well, threatening this. Queen e4, you know, rook f8. Like, isn't this stuff just like so good? Feels right. Eric is trying to convince himself right now not to take that knight. Not convince himself as in he doesn't want to. He wants to. But he's looking for the reasons why he shouldn't. Because if there's another good move available and he looks at bishop g4 and he sees it and he's like, okay, yeah, like this actually looks really good. I don't see a good move for white. Then you choose the safer move because it also looks like it yields a nice advantage. But especially with his score right now, half a point out of 3, you gotta feel that rook takes f3 is like, is some more likely, you know? What do you guys think? It's not, would you do it now? It's, do you think Eric is going to do it? Rook f3, yes or no? And I'm not even saying it's the best move. It just looks like kind of a fun move that it for sure can't be that bad. But, you know, just looks like a lot of energy. Hello to Z's Chess. Z's Chess, you have your Prime sub loose there, buddy? I know Z's Chess has a mod sword, but no sub badge. Z's Chess is like a mall cop at a crime scene. There we go. Get that badge out, Z's Chess. There we go. He took it. Let's go. I like the energy. I like the energy. Let's do it. Let's take that thing. Okay, let's go. It has been sent. I think it's the right idea. Again, I'm not saying it's a forced win. I'm saying send it. Dr. O, Z's Chess, Not Salty Clown, Vlab, the boys are all here. You know, it's time to send. Eviscerated, thanks for gifting a sub to Z's Chess. You saved him from an embarrassing moment there. His credentials were not in order. Thanks, Eviscerated. A tier 3 sub, no less. Keith being taken care of. Emendation, thanks very much for the 11 months. Yaniv KZ, 56 months was a long time, Yaniv. Are we just sending? Rook f8 energy? Yeah, by the way, he didn't go for any of these bishop h7 lines because then your bishop is just hanging all the time. It's not a nice feeling for white. So if you go queen here to try to get over there, then f4 will be played. And I don't think you can allow that. So I suspect Eric is going to try to forcefully arrive to that square. He needs to calculate what? E4, bishop f1, knight f3. What's the tricky line to calculate? Like this is the line, right? And then you take, and, well, queen's somewhere there. This is the line, I believe, right? Like, whenever you think you're dead winning against the 2750, you usually have to slap yourself in the face and it's like, make sure we're winning here. Are you sure? Double check. Queen g5, right? So we're gonna see. I'll let it happen on the board. So there's bishop takes and there's knight takes. Eric is gonna go for what seems to be just slightly better. Slightly better. I don't know if there's better than this, by the way. Because the thing is, if you don't go for e4, I mean, white's playing king h1, bishop f1. Eric gets the material back immediately. What's the good way to do it? Because I'm not seeing anything here. I'm not seeing anything too convincing. Like, maybe that's just what you do. But after queen g3, I'm not seeing anything too crazy. And if you guys like e4 so much, then what's the big idea? I was thinking maybe we build up the pressure with rook f8. But if you want to go for e4 and go for this forcing stuff, then I don't know. What line are we supposed to go for that's much better than this? Yeah, but I mean, taking on g4, like, then you just have to bring out the beads, right? Like, you guys are just beating. Because you're basically saying, okay, play this position. No, I respect you. I respect you. Rook d8, like slow, queen f4, but it's not the most it's not the most obvious. Especially because you're sitting in a position where you're kind of perma down a pawn. Takes. Queen f4, knight f3, you know, they'll always be king g2 and can't really take that in every position because of king takes, so it looks like this was a lot nastier, but Eric went for something which is, yeah, probably slightly better, but when I say slightly, I mean slightly. I mean slightly better. So let's see what Eric can do with this endgame. This is definitely an endgame that if you saw Magnus Carlsen with this endgame, you'd be like, oh yeah, this is over. Right? Right? Be honest. If Magnus had this endgame, you'd be like, all right, pack it up. All right, see ya. But if Eric can get, you know, b6, c5, king f6, pawns on dark squares, remember, we have light square bishops, so I am trying to get these moves in. It's tough to keep the edge here as black, if there is even an edge, but at least visually there's definitely an edge. Like, Eric is better here. HD motivated? Maybe that's just you. I definitely think almost everyone would take this position rather than the one before the sack. I feel like I'm happy to see that move. And that move. Isn't Eric peaking here? This seems like an extremely good endgame. F3 and B3, I mean, these moves look very, very, like, I don't know. Eric is getting absolutely everything he wants in this endgame. Everything. It literally couldn't be better. Now I'm not saying that's enough to win, but it's probably a pretty good push. Oh. No. I don't know, guys. I seriously, I just couldn't play an endgame like this as white. I couldn't. All these pawns on light squares. And yet, here's the thing. Mamedyarov is probably like closer to the draw as a result. He's liquidating pawns. But I'm seeing this and I'm getting a little feisty, you know? I'm thinking, okay. If these rooks trade off, by the way, boom. You know, it's on. It's immediate dubs. Dubs on dubs. Look at Mamedyarov. He's just getting all the pawns off the board, and you're like, dude, I know I'm better, but the guy's trading all my pawns. Exactly, Loafs. You feel like you're getting everything. You feel like your opponent's not playing the position the way it should be played, but still not enough to win. Was G5 necessary? Somehow I would definitely say yes. Because I didn't want to see F4. I mean, if white plays F4, I don't like that. Maybe here you could take it and play rook D2, because it's kind of hard for white to go take that pawn, and then you have an outside pass pawn for the rest of the game. So maybe taking it was the real try. He's definitely thinking of this one. But then I think you could even lose the endgame after rook D3 takes. I think you just draw this. King F4 back. Now this is very tough. Because like if your king was here, you could dream of that, but I don't think you're crossing that e-file so easily. What to do? King on d6 and we really try to win, but was it gh4? Because like how does it go from I'm seeing these moves and I can't believe white's playing them, and then now it's like draw. And I'm like, wait a minute. This guy just drew this position in 10 moves? I would have been suffering for like 50. I think that's it. There we go. Yeah. And that's the day. That's the day. A draw. Was our chance here? Because I thought white was playing this endgame so poorly. Was this the chance? And I don't know, like rook d1 or something? Or rook d2 maybe is better. When a 2700 player wants a draw, hey, they get a draw, you know? It's like, they're here to eat. Luke Berkeley, thanks for the big raid. Welcome, guys. We actually just saw the end. Eric just drew. So we finished with 2 draws and 2 losses today. It really should have been 3 losses, or sorry, 3 draws, because this Duda game, like Eric didn't really have positions where he was at risk. If you think about the games today, His game against Mamedyarov, pretty clean. Like, he had the only chances. His game against Duda, there was a draw, like, all over the board. His game against Magnus, obviously Magnus just kind of did Magnus things. His game against Naroditsky, maybe there were chances for a loss there, but he also recovered pretty well. That would have been an interesting game if they played it out, but draw, fair result. So, I don't know. It seemed like he wasn't really in too much danger today, but it sucks to have 2 losses on a day like that. Tough. Yeah, even in the positions like this where you think, oh, like I'm so much better at the moment, slightly better. It's amazing how 27,2800 just turns a position into a draw, like just immediately. Annoying. One Maccabee, thanks for the Prime sub. Brand new one. Nicola, thanks for the 1,000 bits. Hello, Nicola. Cassieman TV, 15 months. Looper, thanks again for the raid. Welcome, guys. This is a tournament I'll be covering every day from 12 until 4 p.m. Eastern. So that goes for the whole weekend and Monday as well. Bishop f5 after king h4? You mean here? Like this? This looks like a very key line to calculate. I was suggesting this. I didn't even notice this. This looks like a great move. This looks really good. I was thinking, oh, we just have an outside pass pawn, but bishop f5. Isn't this quite serious? Eric's really, he's really pushing. Like, he's playing the right ideas, but then when it comes to, like, putting the nail in the coffin, isn't this, it's really an idea. I didn't notice that the bishop was pinned, because anytime you can force some kind of endgame, like this pawn structure is getting just rolled by black's pieces. Doesn't matter if there's bishop endgame, rook endgame, king endgame, whatever. I didn't notice the pin either. Yeah, this is a huge problem for... I mean, it's very bad. And you always expect to win these games. Not that this is what will happen, of course, but this would be one example of a winning endgame. Like, it's really tough for white. Like, what do you do? Black just has a simple idea. And I know that this was the other one. Takes, maybe queen f4, rook d8. This also looks pretty comfy for black. I agree. Very unpleasant position for Shaq. So Eric really let him off the hook here, I guess, in the end. That's probably the conclusion you have to draw. It's very tough to defend. Queen here gets mated. And there's no other way to defend that pawn, actually. You have to play like this. And g6. But it's like, yeah, the more you look at a good move, you're like, yeah, I kind of understand that. But when you're faced with like this position, somehow it's not totally obvious. And you can see this and how you get your pawn back, and slightly better than an endgame. So this was for sure the right decision. Rook takes f3. Which I thought Eric was playing just a great game. e4. even this endgame I thought was good, but yeah, I just had to play g takes h4. Maybe you don't even see bishop f5 and you still should play this because it's just outside pass pawn energy. That could very well be it. But yeah, bishop f5 is makes it way simpler. You take and go here, and if white can survive that endgame, then it's certainly going to be extremely difficult. I think so. At a court. Ink J, thanks for the 9 months with Prime. Andy Pandy 7 just resub for exactly 7 years with us. 84 months. Thank you, Andy Pandy. Boy, has it been a while. 7 whole years with the guy. Thanks for the support, Andy. Gus, 18-month resub. Gus, 1787. Appreciate the support, Gus. Welcome back. Thanks to Young Factor as well for the raid. A few raids here at the end. Looper, Young Factor. Thanks, guys. I think so, FK Gun. Like I'm never really thinking about trading bishops, so it didn't occur to me because I see this and I think I want to leave my bishop on the board. Goonie132, 14 months with Prime. Thanks to the Goonie. So we ended up with 1 point out of 4. 2 draws, 2 losses. But yeah, the Duda game, I know Eric can't be happy about. Just annoying. Like, I guess in these tournaments, if your opponent kind of like has a drawn position, you just kind of like, you give them their draw and you go to the next game. And in this Mamajarov game, Eric absolutely could have won in a few different positions. At the end with g takes h4, and also earlier with that sacrifice that he did, which actually worked out really, really well. Like, even Magnus, you know, he's probably not thrilled drawing the lowest rated player in the event. But at the same time, like, sometimes you just can't beat your opponents. Looks like Black played a good game. Yeah, you know, Magnus washed. How could he do that? How could he do that? Yeah, so Eric drew Nerditsky, lost to Magnus, lost to Duda, overpressing, unfortunately. I would say, you know, you want half a point back from the Duda game, and you definitely won a full point out of the Mamajarov game, so. Damn, but it's only day 1. Ramen Roman, thanks for the 5 months. Ramen Roman 312, 5-month resub. So this is the tournament schedule. Geary, Kamer, Mittal, and Rapport tomorrow, 12 p.m. Eastern. I think I'll keep the stream on for just a little bit here. I still have some Blitz to play this month. But yeah, that's the those are the matchups for tomorrow, so don't miss it. 12 p.m. Eastern. We have 3 white pieces tomorrow. Geary, Kamer, and Rapport. So be some exciting matches. Obviously, because Eric has 1 point out of 4, he needs big days coming up in order to compensate. So I think there'll be some fun ones tomorrow. But as for today, the matches are done. To change the title here, I'm just gonna probably do about an hour and a bit Boiler Room, Mr. JK Russia. Try to get the rating up a little bit. got to try to do that this month, or I will, or I will owe some money to the chat. So 12 p.m. to 4 p.m. pretty much every day for the next 3-4 days, guys. Will be commentary on this event. I will have the cameras for every round, which is kind of cool. I think that's always a nice touch. We're able to do that. That's right, JK. Going for a session. So, give me a couple minutes, guys. We will play some Blitz for about an hour or so here. Do a 1 hour boiler room session. Some serious Blitz. See if we can't get that rating up. Need to at least get over 2,800. Cross into some new territory. But we haven't played very seriously this month. Even though this was supposed to be a grindy month for me, chess-wise, we've just been up to other stuff. We did win our sub battle yesterday. Yes, for those wondering. But Eric will be back tomorrow. Many more games. He's not even close to knocked out yet. These are tough games, every single one of them. So everybody take 5, take a couple minutes. I'll be right back. And let's play some Blitz, hang out for a bit. I'm not just gonna end the stream right away. See you in a sec, guys. BRB. Okay. Hello, friends. I'm back. Let me change the title. Oh no, I already did. Wow, look at me, I'm good. Dude, this 2700, it's just been here for too long. I feel like I never play too seriously these days, so let's see if we can have a 1 hour boiler room session. Listen to Maya Jane Coles. I think it's only about an hour set, so yeah, perfect timing. Usually when I start out with these sessions, I'm like, oh yeah, I want to gain some rating. Boom, 2650. But we'll see. We shall see. Hello, Neil. Edinburgh. More commentary tomorrow for Eric's games. We doing challenges? I'm trying to find some games in the pool here. What are my settings right now? No, that's fine. That's what it should be. Uh-oh. It's a speedy lad. What's going on here? Huh. Am I really trying to hang on to this? That's super easy to do. We're gonna waste a lot of time here. Yeah, this doesn't feel right. That doesn't feel right at all. Maybe I should have just played that. Ugh. Yuck. Yuck to this position. Okay, I think we gotta go here, honestly. I think we just gotta get castled now. Now I gotta hang on to this pawn or I'm gonna be lost. But I think I made the right choice. The worst would be to open things up, deal with my king in the middle. No, we don't want that. We don't want that. That's kind of looking like a good move, boss. Boss man. Another painful move. Sketchy game. These aren't the games you want to start off with, you know? You can tell these kind of opponents are... They're sweaty. Takes, knight d4. Feels very difficult to not capture that. This was rather unfortunate. Kind of expected the pawn to take. On queen takes, perhaps knight d2 was the move. Now we have this suspicious position. This pawn is hanging. Yeah, not much to do. Knight takes, king over, I don't know. Brutal. Brutal, these moves. I don't know how you combat this. These guys are always way too tough for me. Now, I mean, there's no way to even stop the pawn. Holy cow. Wow. Destroyed. Destroyed. Oops. I don't think I should have played that. Something tells me this is not the line to play against the opponent like this. Should maybe be more solid. This looks like a poor decision. But it, you know, it also functions as an oil check. Knight c4? Knight c4, c3, takes queen c2. Takes king there. I don't know. Like, I have to play it, right? I have to, like, see. I have to see. Oh, I definitely regret not having a dark square bishop now. I mean, these moves are just coming in hot and heavy. Yeah, Mamajarov, bro. Queen d7 is actually really annoying. Really annoying. Oof. There's not much to do, dude. These are some convincing games. Oof, the pre-move, alpha. this fork doesn't even seem to help, so like this. Oof. Strong. Strong, strong. Man, that was definitely a weird move. I still don't think. I still don't think we have anything. Not enough, at least. I mean, the knights look pretty. That's about it. I don't know. It's like an unbeatable opponent for me right now. Very quick, very good. We need to be both better and faster, and I can promise you they're not going to happen at the same time. So let's pick one. Let's pick faster, because it's too stressful to try to play better. Oops. My bad. Played too quickly. Which is pretty much what I just finished saying. play quick, because we're definitely not playing well. Now we're just like much worse. I don't know what the secret is here. We're gonna try to target the pawns, at least keep the speed up. Probably some knight moves first. We're a bit better there. Knight g4, for example. Everything's covered. What the hell? Check. Yeah. I got nothing. I got nothing. I'm just a guy trying to sack here. Which I don't think helps my cause too much. I'm not sure what to say, guys. I don't think I have anything against this guy. He's got the sauce. I mean, what to play? There's no moves. I mean, knight takes e4 doesn't really do anything, but I don't really, I don't really have any other moves. So I mean, I guess. I don't think this works. It's a tough life out here. It's a tough life out here. First guy we get is I'd say quite sweaty. Moves, like the moves are coming in insta as well. I'm not sure what I'm dealing with here. This is a tough one. Knight h3. I mean, you're pre-moving knight h3, buddy. You're already in a different class than me. I think you're already above me. I don't have answers to that. Knight h3. I'm in trouble, guys. What can I say? Knight e2. I mean, I guess. Right? Man, it really is like such an advantage to play on an account that doesn't have a title. Let's say you are a title. I think it's a definite advantage. This is kind of an idea. Oof. The duck speaks for itself. Haha. Knight a5. I mean, the other most plausible situation is that I'm just not playing very well right now. I mean, is this the first time that we've actually had like a working tactic? Feels good, man. Wow. Okay, we've bruised the outer shell. But like, dude, the instant moves, like, holy cow. Calm the flying hell down, dude. Like, my guy is out here playing hyper bullet on me. Somehow I feel like you're not supposed to take this. Here he just takes and goes there. It doesn't do much for me. King is relatively safe here. Guess we have this move next. The speed from the lad is tough to deal with. Knight g4 next. He does always have a check. That's the one thing. But I mean, d6, d7 has to be good. Here I ultimately rejected because of queen there. This move could not have been worse. Could not have been worse. It blundered rook c1, queen h4. Sadly. But like, I'm not totally sure what to do in that position. This is definitely one of the worst opponents. I mean, obviously, I really shouldn't be playing him, but it's one of the worst opponents for, you know, just a quick session. He's a quick lad. He's like playing instantaneously in most positions. Music's too loud, trust me. Nothing that I've been saying during this match is too important. I've just been complaining about my bad chess and his good chess. Try for this one. Committal move, F3. He just takes it. He just straight up grabs it. No thought at all. Like, this is crazy, dude. What am I up against here? This is such a strange player. I have no idea. No idea what I'm facing right now. I mean, like, some extremely strong moves. Like, like just demolished. Like there's just no chance in these games. There's just no chance. When he when he wants to play some good moves, I feel like he's got a lot of them. He's got a lot of good moves at his disposal here. That was just filthy. Whereas, like, the way he lost, the only game he lost is, like, so random. The I mean, the moves are literally instant, man. Literally instant. Okay. Okay, dude. Okay. Okay. Every move, eh? Instant, instant. Setting up this next. This move doesn't even work. Ugh. I have to concede here. I have to concede. Just a better player. Better player. The better player. I'm no match. The fact I even got one, I think it's pity, honestly. I think it's pity. I got nothing. I got nothing. There must be some filter. Like, I've played this guy before. He's normal, but there must be some filter. Like, get these no avatar untitles out of here. Like, they're all better than me. I tell you that. Like, I've ever won a match against someone like that. Very, very, very strong player. Moves are coming, like, basically every move instantly. Where's my setting? Where's my setting to avoid these guys? Chess guy, thanks for the 5 months. T-Bone, 15, 16 months. Unmindful, 13. Ubitsia, thanks for 81. 81 months ago, I wasn't dealing with it's like, I'm gonna start losing rating for aborting. Like, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Bless. Bless. Bless, bless, bless. We found a titled player. It's incredible. Wow, wow, we executed a tactic against a titled player. Interesting. Those other guys were really tough, though, I tell you. If knight here, then I think the H file gets used, so I feel like I have to try to create some stuff. I want to trade queens. It's amazing how much weaker these IMs are. It's remarkable, really. We just got assassinated by a very strong lad. Wow. Insane, guys. The quality difference. Insane. This IM is so much weaker. Alright, I'll take this way. So what's the plan here? E5? I'll take this way. Pawn takes here, F5 is, I don't know, it's double-edged. My position is a little off here. Bishop back f4. He's very close to just throttling me with f3. But let's go here, knight b6. I want to go knight here, bishop c3. Oh, wow. High T-bra. So we got to take. Hard not to play this move. The slowest plan in existence, and actually not even an effective one. Time for b4. At least I can use my rook to protect my bishop. So some lines later might work. Queen here, bishop d6. I'm not sure he can do, so we might see a prep move like rook f6 first. But I can always sack and take this pawn, is what I'm thinking in a lot of lines. Like, I don't think I should just get mated out of nowhere here. Okay, so bishop here, bishop takes. Bishop takes, takes. I don't know. With these ones, you just got to kind of go for it. Didn't consider that. Now we only have this, but it doesn't work. Damn. I'm gonna check just for 1 second. I'm curious how I'm supposed to defend that. Like, after queen h5, I know white's winning. Like, I can almost guarantee it. Just wondering what I missed. Rook takes e5. Yeah, I knew there was something like here. Okay, I did this. And here, sack the rook first. Maybe there's just so many moves. I don't know. Interesting. I knew I missed something there. Like, definitely, you know when your opponent's doing stuff like that, just so all out and just no care for, like, you know, pawns, pieces, whatever, hanging, that you know you should be winning. It's just navigating. But still, all these moves should have been found. Rook takes e5 is the most obvious. I knew that, like, taking each of these was still going to be tricky because takes and queen h3 is coming. But then g4, I probably still have moves here, but I didn't see them. Bishop f4 is another really good move. Rook takes, rook e1. Queen h3, probably rook e8 and queen here. Or like barely surviving. Barely surviving. We lost our IM. But this is the thing, you know, it just kills my 1 hour blitz session because I'm just playing a extremely strong player. Just crushes us, sets us back. What's going on here? Can't even like see my Sikhs. Oh, okay. Oh, he's 2,500, but he's titled. He's titled. Interesting way that my opponent's playing right now. I guess this survives for my opponent here. Hey GHC, thanks for the 15 months. Official UKIT 3-month resub, welcome back. He's taking some time here. That's a good thing at least. I think A4 is probably something to play. Rook there. Here we'll go back. Do we take this? Let's try it. Yes, he'll get a pawn there, but slide the bishop back. King f8. He's still got a shot in the endgame. My pawns are on light squares here, light square bishops, but any kind of rook endgame should be winning for me. This move's playable. I think he'll go f5 though. Oops. Oops. X trippy X. Thanks for the 21 months. Okay, King's Indian. C6, C5. Knight C6, Queen D2. Probably Knight D7, Queen D2 as well. B6. Okay, so he really wants to get C5 in. I hear you, brah. I will take. Knight C1, A4. Rook A3 is often a move here. So knight here, knight C1, I'm thinking. Same with knight E5. Like, I'm going to have to play this to cover knight C4. Hey, grilled peppers. Oh, shoot. Congrats. Congrats, Tom. And you mean you got the offer? Does that mean you also accepted it? I mean, I know that was obviously the goal, but still, sometimes you still got things to think about on your end. Here takes. He's gonna have to trade. Then after takes on A5, I think rook takes B5. He's thinking about rook takes A4. If I were him, I would do it. I mean, looks like a fun move. Takes, bishop A6 is a threat, and I can't go rook B6. Queen A7, queen here. And at least here we can take that. Yeah, this move. Queen B5. I'm probably going to have to do some sack here. Queen B5, Queen A7 is a good move. It's helpful for him that he got to do that. So if bishop A6, rook A3, queen takes A3 is not great for me. Okay, let's go here. Knight E5 is going to happen. Rook A3, Queen B5, B3 to stop Knight C4. It's very suspicious for me, but maybe manageable. Honestly, really bad though. Really weird what he just did. He's gonna go knight here and still try to make it tricky. Okay, or that. This is a threat, actually. We take here. And yeah, if we get to trade rooks, that's fantastic. He throws in a check. I don't think that changes anything. In fact, we could go here. Even better to trade some pieces. Bishop b5, rook b7. Rook b8 will trade. All right. Let's go for one more here. Offered and accepted. Go, Tom. We love a guy getting a new job. Congrats, buddy. Sounds like it'll be a great fit for you. You were definitely vetted very well. They definitely have the right guy. Seems right. Seems right to sub. Thanks for the prime, buddy. Castled. Yeah, at some point you have to play e4. h5 is a common move. Rook e8 always needed to vacate the f8 square. And depending what he goes for. I'm looking at these breaks. Wow. That's a little bit weird by him. That's a totally free pawn. Bishop d4, we'll go b5. King f7, and maybe h6 g5 we want to do. Let's get down for a rook c2 check. Also, bishop d8 can now happen. King f7. I'm still looking at g5, holding this pawn back at the moment, and rook c4. Knight here. Takes, rook c4. How does he keep that pawn? I might lose this pawn. Let's take. He can't push. So that pawn should be dead, which means he's going to play a move like that. And then if we play d5, I think the threat just remains. I don't see what he does about that. Long term, I feel like this pawn is just dead. So there might be a few moves here where he's attacking some stuff. Holy cow. You what, mate? Say what? That was crazy. Let's have a think here. Bishop f6, you know, probably winning, but still needs some execution. We got to be careful because this is the wrong color. It's just one feature of the position. What? What a choke. I mean, he definitely did that move on purpose. GG. I wish I could have done more with my 1 hour here, but we ran into a player that, simply put, I don't think we were beating, to be honest with you guys. That first guy that we played, doesn't matter what form I was in, I don't think I was beating him. Not today. He was the better player. And that meant that we took a step backwards in our progress. But maybe it's the times I'm playing. I'm not sure. I'm getting a lot of like just random untitled bras that are really coming at me this month. But we'll set aside some time and actually grind some blitz. I'll be back tomorrow, guys. I gotta go right now. I'm also teaching a gym lesson for our group lesson program later tonight. So I gotta run. Tomorrow, 12 Eastern, I'll be commentating Eric's 4 games. Who is he playing tomorrow? He's playing Geary, Gamer, Mittal, and Rapport. That's what we got for you guys tomorrow, okay? 12 Eastern. The cams will be on as well. I'm out for now. All right, take care, everybody. I'm going to send a raid off as well. James Blunder. Mr. Jobava. All right, pass you guys over there. Enjoy, have a good one, and see you guys back for 12 Eastern. Eric had a tough day today. 2 draws, 2 losses, one of them to Magnus. What are you gonna do? Happens sometimes. And he needs a big day tomorrow. So see you guys then. Boiler room's just ending as well. Perfect timing.